says live now.
It says we're live. I think we're all moving our heads a little bit, so I guess we are live. That's a good thing. And we welcome everybody tonight for Photo Talks.
Yes, we are live.
This is our 10th episode, and we got a little back feed here. Somebody.
It was me.
Okay. So this is the show that probably has a big drop in ratings because you cannot compete when we have the photos the week the week before, and to try to do that on a weekly basis would cause me great pain and agony, I'm sure, but it's really worth it. I mean, I think I'd like to once again thank everybody that participated last week. We had some wonderful images from everybody, and different genres. And I know Gustavo and I like to see the underwater shots now once in a while that Scubarazzi is sharing with us. And let's say hi to Terry Gardner's in here, and Jim, aka Real Nikon Lover. Art Bear, how you doing? Ted, good to see you. And Woody and Nick. Ava, hello, Ava. You're very timely now that you're visiting the show. I mean, I guess you don't want to miss all this misinformation that we provide. And John, if your eyes become less sleepy and you want to come on, then by all means, pop on in. Long Rider, great to see you. I hope you're getting some great shots out where you are. Hopefully you don't end up getting any of this potential weather from the hurricane. I'm hoping that it goes out to sea far enough where you just have storm surge and stuff like that. I mean, I know that's what we're hoping for at our end as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's see. Nick says he just finished building his new computer.
We know he's not a Mac user then, don't we?
Yeah, 2010 build was struggling hard. Yeah, if you were on a 2010 computer, the mice were probably pretty worn out in that cage by now. Only kidding, man. You got to poke a little fun. Rakesh is here. Hello, Rakesh. And this is great. We got 20 people already, and we've only been on for 3 minutes, so that's pretty good. So you guys have not grown tired of us yet. See, it's all the good-looking guys, that way that get you to come on and watch the show, because it certainly isn't me. Or
how are your glasses these days?
Or you like to get the guy. I'm going to point to you like to get the guy with the impressive mustache that David looks similar to that guy. I think it was a My Classic Cars series that's on TV. The gentleman has a distinctive mustache as well. I can't think of his name. I haven't watched that show in a long, long time. Hello to Luke. Good to see you.
And
Bob.
good evening, Chuck.
And Chuck's here. Bob, our photos. Bob is here. Chuck, how you doing, man? We
miss
nice
you.
To see you, and we miss you. And hey, you know what you got to do, Chuck? What you got to do is have Maribel send me a picture of you that I can share the next time you're in the barber chair, so we have evidence that you're getting your hair cut and maintaining the AP Studios signature look, because we don't want to think that you're just letting your hair grow down to your shoulders type of thing, and getting ready to join a rock band as a drummer or something, So we want to make sure that you're still presenting well. So your wife will have to send Maribel will have to send me a picture of you in the barber chair. But
yeah, I sent Maribel a picture of one of the small ferries that we have in Alberta for going across some of the rivers. It's a low traffic area, and it's a kind of a touristy thing too. So they have an operator there that works 12 hours a day, and he, he'll pick you up and take you across and put you off on the other side, and it's a whole 200 meters, and it takes about 10 minutes, and and I'm going to be joined by Anita here in a second.
So is this
So
one of
now,
those ferries that only holds like about 4 cars?
no, this will hold a dozen.
Oh, okay.
And here's the other half. And
How are
I'll have
you?
to turn off my headphones so she can hear.
Did he show you the countryside?
Yes, he did. And, I feel like it must be awfully stressful where you are.
Oh, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Even my cat, Charlie, is finding it stressful.
Yeah, I would if I was in a location like that with my dog Patches, I'd be I don't know, she'd probably just take off and never come back.
Well, Charlie has no outdoor privileges. Otherwise, I'd be really worried about where he might go. There's coyotes here.
Oh,
He would make good supper for somebody.
Yeah.
Chuck just said he got his hair cut a few days ago. Good, Chuck. Good. We want to make sure that you're looking dapper, as they say. Well, it's interesting. In Cape Cod, there was a gentleman who retired. Well, time flies, I mean, I've been out. I retired, 6 years now. But probably 4 or 5 years prior to that, so maybe 10 years ago, a gentleman retired that moved out to the Cape, and he had the English bulldogs. He had a couple bulldogs, and he had a fenced yard. And he says at the Cape, he says you could actually see the coyotes going across the bridge into Cape Cod, and he says when his dogs are out in the yard, like I said, which has a tall fence, he says those coyotes are on the other side of the fence. I mean, they're picking off, cats and dogs, whatever they can get, they're getting it. But he says coyotes are a big problem in Cape Cod, which I had not heard that prior to him telling me that after he moved. But that's
historically there have been a big expansion to the east of the. It was mostly restricted to the west of the Mississippi, but have been gradually expanding into the east. And now in some areas, probably there is also these mixtures, coyotes and timber wolf, correct?
Maribel just came on. So hello, Maribel. Nice to see you tonight. Keep Chuck out of trouble. We were commenting that I was commenting that I need you to send me a picture of Chuck getting his hair cut so we have objective evidence that he's maintaining his the AP Studios look. We don't want to see him, looking like a rock star, But it's great to see both of you on tonight. Since we're up to 24 people, so
And that's not counting the people on the panel.
Yeah. Well, I don't count us. We're kind of like we could just be virtual reality versions of ourselves, or AI. I mean, everybody likes to talk AI, right? So we'll just say this is the AI version of the panel. A few things. If people have not noticed already. A lot of sites are now saying that the Z8s are back in stock in the United States again. They've been all inspected and had whatever done to them that needed to get done to them, and so they're all back in stock now. And then of course it seems like all these lens manufacturers are from all the brands are having sales. So Nikon's got there's a list. You could go to any of your retailer sites, and you're going to see all the lenses with $200 off, $100 off. I guess the 300 is the highest. Nikon Rumors does have a list, but lots of times I just go to the camera store that I normally buy from, and I just see what they got. And Nikon Rumors talked about more Chinese lenses popping out there now that we've talked about with the Z mount, both manual focus, but surprisingly now you're hearing more and more about autofocus lenses becoming available in the Z mount that are from the Chinese manufacturers. Per Gear, Per Gear is one of them. They got a 14 millimeter f2.8 generation 2 full frame manual focus though, but it's $269. Viltrox has a 28 millimeter f1.8 autofocus lens, full frame internal focus for $379. And a company that I never heard of before, Brighton Star. I never heard of them before.
Yeah, I've been hearing that recently.
So they got a 35 f 0.95 to be announced on September. Well, would have been announced at was supposed to be announced on September 6th. And then as we go on through the show, I'll talk about some other lenses that are supposedly coming out. One of the more interesting things that I'm sure we could talk about for a little bit is you had all this buildup, and Nikon once again was dominating the airwaves or the internet waves, whatever you want to call it, for a brief period of time with the impending, or what we all thought was the impending ZF announcement. And unfortunately, I don't know why this seems to happen to them a lot. They start getting a lot of attention, and they get a lot of interest that starts to peak, and then everybody's expecting, okay, we're going to see something in a week from now or 2 weeks from now. And as Chuck, one of Chuck's famous lines is, nothing but crickets, right? You don't hear anything. And so of all places, Sony Rumors, and I think subsequently by Nikon Rumors, are now saying that there's going to be a September 20th announcement by Nikon for the ZF, and the price range now is Simon talked about this on his Ordinary Filmmaker channel within the last week, with a price range he's anticipating of $1,999 to $2,300. And he had some good conversation, because he said, it really is for that price point segment, that if the rumored specs are true, that it's a good deal, because you're getting a BSI sensor for less than $2,400, and the competition doesn't have BSI sensors in that price range. So he seemed pretty excited about it, but I just think that they were at the top of the hill, and they needed to do something, and now it's dipped down, and timing sometimes is everything. And they just seem to have a habit of, stubbing their toes a lot.
Kicking themselves up the butt.
Well, and all the rumors that Simon is reporting are coming from the Sony rumor site, not for the Nikon rumor site.
Yeah, it was from the Sony rumor site. And Albert's in. How you doing, Albert? Good to see you. Everybody can see what's scrolling across the screen. Is next week I have an 80th birthday party to attend for my next door neighbor, so I'm not going to be starting the show until 9:30 at night instead of 9 o'clock, because the party, as they say, is from 7 to 9, and I don't want to be rude and leave early. So we're just going to do the show a half hour later.
And we have welcome here Greg and Wayne have joined us as well.
Hello, Wayne. Good to see you. And Mike Farwell.
Mike Farwell now.
Yeah, he says, I buried in YouTube videos about his new camera, the Z8. Well, congratulations to you. That, I'm sure if the PDF instruction manual for the Z8 is anything like the Z9, you're going to be reading a lot on your computer for quite a while.
Sometimes then mine back to the Nikon as well. Now it's all quieting down.
Okay.
You know, and Ican is here. Hello, and Ican, nice to see you. Abe, I needed people be distracted by the ZF so she can get the 180-600 and the Z8 with no weight. Yeah, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Now there are. I watched a YouTube video earlier today from the gentleman that lives in Sweden, wildlife photographer. He got a hold of one. And he shoots out of blinds a lot. So he had a video talking about it and using it. And then I found another video from a person. I think I sent the link to Ron Pollard, actually. Let me see if I can back up and find it so I could share it with everybody.
Anytime I receive.
Okay, it was the Z180-600 resolution test and comparison between the new Nikkor lens, the Sony 2-600, and the Nikon Z 800 millimeter lens. And this was done by, see if I can get his full name in here, Alan Stankovitz. And so if you check out his YouTube channel, he has a resolution comparison, and it's actually pretty interesting. And what he said, which, is true when you really think about it, but we normally don't think about it when we're watching all these videos on YouTube, is he says, when you're really doing a comparison and you want to do sharpness comparisons and things like that, well, most of the photographers are, if they're wildlife photographers, they're taking pictures of birds out in the field. And we all know that depending on what time of day you're taking pictures, you have varying atmospheric conditions, particulates in the air, or heat waves, heat distortion that can occur. So when you're really trying to compare, one lens to another, his logic, which makes sense, is that you should really be doing it in an indoor setting where your temperature is controlled. You don't have stuff blown around in the air, and you get more accurate results. So he did a very good test, and basically between those three lenses, I would say, even though he says it was kind of a wash in his opinion, I mean, from what I saw looking at it, I'd say that the Sony lens is like
a hair sharper.
A hair sharper, just the slightest amount, just a little bit. But another thing that got exposed, which was interesting, is when you are close focusing an object, the image size on the Sony is so much smaller than the Nikon lens. I mean, and they said, the Sony at 600 is not 600. His argument was the Sony, the Nikon at 600 is 600. The Sony at 600 is like 550.
I knew that before, though. Most Sony specs are always a bit off.
Yeah. So that was something that you could visually see a distinct difference in the image size, when he's focusing relatively close because he's doing it in an indoor setting. So that was kind of surprising. I wasn't expecting that.
So, Roy, you have it, no? I mean, that's what you should look.
He missed out on the two best features of the lens, the autofocus and the VR. They're really outstanding.
Put Roy Big there so that he can show it, Jeff, please.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute.
that's the lens. There. I'll move back.
When did it arrive?
A week ago.
Okay.
Oh, he's been hiding out on us. He's doing field testing.
I'm playing with it.
Yeah.
And the lens.
My main concern is the foot. This type of foot.
Yeah, it's still not 100%, but it's a bit better, I think.
Yeah.
I keep it really tight these days, though.
Oh, you better tighten it up, my friend. Check it every day.
Got me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the thing is some people don't like the fact that you can't just take the foot off. I guess you got to take off the whole collar. The whole collar has to come off with it, with the foot.
That's the lens.
That's correct, Roy, what I just said, or am I incorrect?
Yeah, the whole thing has to come
You
off.
got to take the whole thing off, yeah.
But it's probably safer that way.
Yeah.
Well,
My 70-200 separated because it came undone and killed my Z9 for a while.
yeah.
But
I tell you, I will be with that system. I will be paranoid that it gets loose. Correct. So I would be checking.
That's
for
the
sure.
difference between where are we? The 200 to 500 and the 180 to 600. That's the difference. Need to move back over that now.
Now, the 180 to 6 is lighter, though, isn't that?
About the same.
About the same?
But what I like is the autofocus and the VR. The VR in it is stunning. It's like the 200 to 500, but on steroids.
We'll say hello to Amar is in the house. We've got Joe Man's Land is in the house. Greg Wilson. Yeah, Greg, that is the 180 to 600 that Roy is parading around in. Rumors are he was out dressed sparsely late at night, taking pictures of things in the dark, and we'll leave it at that. But it's getting a lot of I guess quite a few people, or a fair amount of people in Europe have gotten some copies that have done some videos on the lens, and I think everybody seems to be extremely happy with it. Especially, I think it's reminding everybody of really, if you look at the 2 to 5 and now you get the 180 to 6, and basically you got, I'm assuming, a quarter to a half of a turn to go from 180 to 600 in one fluid motion, whereas with the 2 to 5, you'd have to turn it, let go of the ring, grab it again, and turn it. And now it's just with one hand, you could just go from one end of the zoom range to the other. And that's a big deal. I mean, that just makes life so easy, especially if you're going to use it for video. Because now you could zoom right in and back off with one nice smooth motion with your hand on the ring of the lens. And I would think video shooters would be very, very happy.
I'd like to see it focus a bit closer, but apart from that, it's a brilliant lens. I think it's going to be a very big thing.
With regard to the lineup, it's an important one because this is moving a bunch of other people into mirrorless, correct? Those that were the 200 to 500, they are going to move with this lens as well, right?
Yeah, it's very similar sort of feel to it.
So
it's much superior.
So Roy, when you have the 400 4.5, which of course is a lot more lighter and probably better for
that one, and that's much lighter.
Exactly, but that one have you make any comparison at 400 with that lens?
I think the 400 is still slightly sharper. Both are very good at autofocus and VR. I like the 400 because it's so light.
Yes, exactly.
I think some comments, and everybody has different commentary that does their the review on the lens. I mean, they're pretty close in what they have observed or have stated, and and lots of times they'll say you really are pixel peeping to try to see the difference between the 2 to 600 Sony versus the 180 to 600 Nikon. And if you have to pixel peep to tell the difference, your print images or whatever you're taking, it becomes irrelevant. So now really that I mean, a Sony person's going to buy the Sony lens, a Nikon person is going to buy the Nikon lens. I mean, it's not, it just, there's this entertainment factor out there to constantly pit one manufacturer's lens against the other guy. And that's never going to go away. I mean, that's human nature. There's a certain percentage of people that really just kind of want to see the boxing matches going on. But for the most part, I mean, you got adapters to put Sony lenses on Nikon bodies, but I think most people, the Sony guy is going to use the Sony lens or maybe some of the third-party lenses that they had in the beginning when they didn't have a big lens line up early on, or a Nikon guy is going to put a Nikon lens on it. Or I think that new Tamron lens, although that was something I was going to bring up too. We'll flow into that. I have the excuse me, I have the 24 to 120 f4 Nikon F series lens, and but Matt Irwin did a first impressions video just the other day on the Tamron 35 to 150 f2 2.8 Z mount full frame lens. Very impressed with it. He's going to do another video to show more images and, out on the street usage of it. But he was very, very impressed with the build quality of that Tamron lens. And so, I mean, if you don't have the 24 to 120 and 24 is a little too wide for you, you'd rather have a little bit more on the long end, you definitely might want to look into that 35 150. That may be the perfect fit for you, because as they say with shoes, one size does not fit all. It's the same way with lenses, So I just commented on his video that having choices is what everybody wants. Everybody doesn't fit into the same, into that same. Everybody isn't a round peg in a round hole. We got different shapes.
So going a little bit back to that video, I think I saw the same one. He also made a comparison with the 800, correct?
Yeah.
The 600 with a 1.4 compared with the 800 PF. And that actually, for what you can see through the internet, correct, which is not that great, it was impressive. I mean,
all three lenses are impressive, though.
Yeah,
but the biggest problem is he wasn't testing the AF or the VR, which is very, very important these days.
Yeah, especially the VR with more people shooting video and maybe not so much for stills. I mean, many of us were shooting with long lenses at a 30th of a second in our younger days. And doing okay by it without any VR. But, if you want to do video now, I mean, you want to have a decent VR system, just so you keep things steady.
The good thing is that with all these lenses, they're so wonderful. I think people can focus back into photography and find opportunities.
Yeah. It would be wonderful if people if they just say, okay, Dave's going to be back in a few minutes. It would be great if people would just say, I bought, I bought the Tamron lens because the 35 millimeter range is, I do street photography and 24 is too wide, 35 is just right. And I like that little extra reach. And then share pictures of what they took with that lens and I really encourage people that are, in the chat, that when you get a new toy, because it is a toy, right, for all of us. I mean, a few of us need it to derive income or help derive income, but for majority of people, it's a fun thing. It's a hobby, a serious hobby. is when you get a new widget, I would like people to just, hey, even if it's not the monthly photo review, if you bought a new lens and you're like just like tickled pink by it, and you're like, this is so phenomenal, send me a couple images. I mean, I could show a couple images on an off week. I don't want to like show 30 of them, but if somebody wants to send an image they took with a new lens they just got, and then maybe come on and join the chat and talk about it and why they like it.
Okay.
This is a photo community. This is a photographic community. This isn't that's all this is, and it's for all of us to learn from each other and enjoy each other's company. But share what you have. Come on the show, show some images. You could do a share screen, when you're on, and show us a few images that you took with a new lens that you just got. And I don't care if it's Viltrox or what brand, it doesn't matter.
It'll all look soft.
Long Rider says he has the 35 to 150 in the Sony mount. It's all he uses now. And he has to shoot an event. So, I mean, that kind of says it all right there, right? I mean, if you're shooting an event and you feel comfortable enough with a third-party lens that it's going to give you the quality that you want, that says a lot for that lens.
All lenses are pretty good these days.
Yeah.
Long Rider made a comment early on, Jeff, about that all these lenses are designed using computer-aided design, correct?
Yeah.
So provided they have a good descriptions of the properties of the glass and all that, they can make very good optics, correct? They have the ability to help model those lenses very well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a very good point from Long Rider.
Yeah, I mean, a lens made today is so much different than a lens from 20 years ago.
Exactly.
A lot more plastic elements.
You mentioned yourself, I mean, Jeff, of course, it's all the coatings and all that, but those things are going to manifest in sometimes extreme conditions of the light getting in a certain angle, and correct. So
Yeah.
I think I'm looking forward to this lens as a companion to the 800.
Yeah.
Right?
And Wayne says his Sony lenses work quite well on the Z8. So I guess that's what the Megadap. Is it the Megadap adapter that most people buy?
It's the other one. It's the other Megadap.
The other, yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's it's nice that in some respects, especially if you're from another brand and you decide just to get a Nikon body, you could buy the adapter and use your lenses from your other system. I mean, I think Nikon is the one camera manufacturer that people have made the most adapters for other parties' lenses, more so than the other way around, so that's also a plus, you could bring somebody into at least enjoying part of the Nikon adventure without having to invest tens of thousands of dollars in lenses, because you can use what you had. Let me get rid of my scrolling message here on I'll remind everybody before the end of the show or in the middle of the show that next week is going to be starting at 9:30 instead of 9 o'clock. Luke is responding to Albert. Let me get I got stuff in the way here. People should be happy with what they have and use it. Worry about good composition and other important aspects of photography. Yeah, I mean, that is so true. And I think all of us on the panel here and probably everybody in the chat, you get sick and tired of the brand bashing and the clickbait stuff. If you know me at all, without a shadow of a doubt that I hate clickbait titles. you know, that has one that has one purpose only. I mean, that is for the people that have trying to keep their subscriber level over 10,000 or higher, and trying to think they're going to become very wealthy on YouTube. That is 0.1% of the population on YouTube could say that they're making decent money on YouTube. John is saying, and I think the problem is when you have a show that talks about technique or a certain genre of photography, and you're not a gear centric channel, you don't get a lot of people watching. I don't care, you know. I mean, there are a handful out there that you could say, "Oh yeah, everybody knows Steve Perry," right? You know, so everybody knows Steve Perry. So there's a handful, but there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of others that are doing their own genre of photography, and they you know, they're not even monetized yet, and they've been out there for a long time, because it's just, they're not doing the clickbait, they're just showing what they do. Rakesh is asking if anybody went to the Build Expo. That would be interesting. I know Gustavo would probably agree with me, because I wrote to him in an email. I was really disappointed that if you wanted to watch a seminar from one of the speakers, and I registered online, even though I wasn't going to be there in person.
Same here.
I registered online. I was able to see Art Wolf do a talk on the main stage on Wednesday, and then he was going to be on the optic stage on Thursday afternoon with Franz Lanting, and those are two of my personal heroes in the photography business.
Exactly.
Personally, and I really wanted to see that discussion, because those guys have known each other for decades. They did content and assignments together. They both contributed to National Geographic for a long time, and they're close friends. And I really wanted to see them doing their sharing of their images and telling the stories and things that they did together. And there was no way, I could not find a way to view that show, because it wasn't on the main stage. You only had access to what was on the main stage. And I hope they don't do that again when they have events. I think they should restream from all the stages. And I mean, they may, you know, I don't know. You'd like to think that down the road they'll share it, you know, or be after the fact. But
that's what I hope.
You're sitting there looking at the speakers, and when they're coming on, and you're like, oh, I really want to see this person or that person, and then you can't see it.
However, both presentations, the individual presentations, were very good.
Yes.
So
yeah.
So I think for wildlife photographers, both were very inspirational. Correct. The one from Art Wolf on the Wednesday, and then the next day from Franz Lanting. So no, but I was disappointed the same way that you were. I hope in the past, when they have this type of event, B&H start releasing, you know, the individual videos, correct? So we may see them.
Yeah. Wayne's talking about he says the Megadap ETZ-21 works well, but he's hearing good things about the new Pro version. So Wayne, do you know what the difference in price is between this model that I'm showing on the screen that you're talking about versus the new one? Is it a significant cost difference? And then we can see if he responds here. Tim, yeah, Tim, you know, I love that. That's funny. I need a good laugh. I was telling the guys on the chat, I'm feeling a little queasy tonight, because I had a bad meal today when I went out with friends, and so I'm I'm putting on my happy face, even though I'm not feeling fantastic. But comments like that cheer me up. That's a good laugh. I like that. And John Young, he said, "Oh, he thinks I'm grays here, where you got to put the cues in front to get attention." That's not true. I just have to be paying attention to the chat, and if I'm not, you guys, by all means, my associates here next to me try to keep me honest and pick stuff out of the chat to get into the subject matter here. John says he saw a video on Canon lenses. They said that there is some plastic elements instead of glass. I wonder how much plastic is in Nikon lenses.
I know it's a Fuji using a lot of plastic in their a spherical glass. It's cheaper than shaping the glass. So unfortunately, that's all that upper lenses.
I mean, have you heard that Nikon's doing that too, or is it mostly third-party manufacturers doing Nikon?
It's mostly third-party, but I can't get any information out of Nikon to find out.
Yeah,
I know that a lot of clone Canon lenses are full of plastic, but I'd hope that they're using more glass than plastic these days.
yeah, I would tend to agree, like you in your comment, Roy, that the Chinese lenses are definitely. I mean, there's a reason why you're getting a lens. You're getting a lens for $400. That if it was made by the manufacturer of your camera, you'd be paying 2 or 3 times that amount. That, I mean, there has to be things that are being done to really, really keep the price down, and that would be one of them. Coatings would be another. Material used in the lens design overall. I mean, even Nikon, okay, they got a few lenses with the plastic mount on the back, and some people absolutely hate the fact that they have some lenses with plastic mounts on them versus metal. But I don't know. I bought the 40. I love the 40. I bought that with a plastic mount, and hey, I'm not taking that lens on and off the camera like a crazy person. So yeah, I mean, is it going to wear out? Not in my usage, not in my lifetime.
I think with the shorter lenses, it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it on a 600.
No, certainly not.
That would be something. Hey, Jeff, I think Ted Artbear mentioned that he was apparently he was in the expo, in the Bill Expo, and he said that some of the other lectures are going to become available. But that also answered Rakesh questions about who in the community here was in the Build Expo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go 800 miles to go to it, but
no.
But I like trying to watch the what they put on, and I hope they do get that stuff on quick.
So Ted can tell us a little bit more.
Yes.
What he picked out of there in terms of any gossip or any information. That's a good thing attending conference, correct?
Yeah. Hey Ted, if you want to come on the panel and talk about it, send me an email and I'll send you a link and you come on and talk about your experience at the show, because I tell everybody, and I'm not joking when I say it, I don't ever want to go to B&H because I would have a second mortgage on my house. I would be divorced. I would be in a lot of trouble if I walked into B&H with a credit card. I would be doomed.
You'd have a lot of gear.
Best that I stay away.
Exactly. Better to have that distance between us and B&H, Jeff.
Yeah. But
Jeff, you can always be like me. I have 3 first-rate camera stores within 1.5 kilometers of where I live. Yeah.
Thank you, Wayne, for the information with the adapter there for the lenses. He says the old one's kind of not available anymore, and the new one's priced the same as the old one. So that's good when they do that. phase out the old one and put out the new one for the same price. That's a good one.
I nearly bought that Sony lens, 200 to 600. Glad I waited. It's a good lens, though.
Yeah, and Albert, what he says here is absolutely true. I mean, Olympus cameras are great cameras. I know many a person that has an Olympus camera, and unless you have a hang up with the sensor size, I mean, David has. You have one or two, David? Olympus, two? Which model?
Well, actually, got to think. 4. Yeah, I have 2 Tufts and an OM1, the Mark 1 and the Mark 2. And it's I like my Olympus. I had one of them out today, and it's because I was carrying if I've got drones too, and I had a drone out, and I didn't want to bog myself down too much in the Badlands here, running up and down over these hills and whatever. And when I had to break off, it's because one of the ranchers' cattle are getting out, and they like to follow the river down because they're looking for greener grass, and so that he's got to come down with his horse and 2 dogs, and he's chasing them back. But I was watching them today and watching them yesterday and what's going on. So I'll probably be doing that with my drone again tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. But anyway,
yeah, I don't.
The cameras I got lots.
I mean, I don't have any my personal thing with let's say trying to have 2 systems, is mentally I can't handle different menu systems. I really stink at that. If I don't use, if I tend to say it was like the 80-20 rule, and 80% of the time I'm using the Nikon and 20% of the time I'm using Panasonic or something like that, that 20% will then whittle down to 10%, because when I decide I want the smaller kit with the lighter lenses or whatever to take advantage of the smaller packaging, I gotta re-educate myself, spend a day re-educating myself with the menu system and remembering what does what, because I just don't use it enough. So
you have to, I mean, certainly for you do a lot of wildlife, you have to be reactive. You cannot be thinking, I'm going to move this, but your hand has to go to the right button and screw, go the right way and all that kind of stuff. So I have the same problem. I like to stay with one system and prefer with one camera, correct? So if I were to have another system, probably will be in the closet, because I know every time that I go out, I will grab the one that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I can see Jeffrey and Gustavo, because you're shooting birds all the time and you got to be very reactive. But if you're out shooting landscapes and a bunch of other things that don't move around as much,
exactly,
I will carry my Olympus and I'll go out when I go out and scouting and figure out which Nikon and which lens do I want to take when I come back here, and at what time of the day do I want to be there. But having my Olympus, it's good. It's get out. It gives.
It's light.
It's light. And I can use it for a lot of things. I use it for some night photography, but it's all got to be long exposure, because if like last night I was shooting the night sky, that's Nikon's only. And very fast glass, and it all depends on what you're shooting, and so there's a use case for both. But if you're mainly wildlife, you better to stick with one.
Yeah,
exactly.
Mike Farwell makes a good comment, and I totally agree with this. If you got a halfway decent mom and pop camera store which are so few and far between nowadays. Yeah, support those guys. I mean, you know, you're not going to pay a lot more money for the camera than you would somewhere else. You know, if it costs you $20 more to buy the body than B&H, or even $30 more to buy the body, give it to the little guy, because you know what? When you have questions or what have you, you're going in their shop all the time and picking their brains and asking them a lot of questions, and they're not charging you by the minute when you talk to them and ask them stuff. So reward them, and, you know, pay that slightly higher price for something, because you're getting free advice every time you go in there and you ask questions, and it's worth it.
Yeah. And I have a question here. Which of the two would taste better? Well, we do a bit of a poll. Do you like the yellow, or do you like the brown package better? And there's a red one here, and we should find out which is Chuck's favorite too, if he's still here.
Teasing Chuck.
Let's see if let's see. I can see. I'm trying to catch up on the chat a little bit here, guys.
Rakesh is he's on the fence, not saying anything. Yeah.
I'm going to share a little an interesting thing. I know a week, probably two shows ago. Let's see. I got to find my notes here. Gee, did I not write it down? I'm sure I did. So bear with me for a second. I gotta bring up my cheat sheet here, because I got an email. Those of you might have heard me say I had an interest in that new TT Artisan 100mm 2.8 tilt shift macro lens for the Z mount. So I was originally on a waiting list for B&H. They sent me an email like at 11 a.m. on, I forget what day it was, but I wasn't home. I was out shooting images. So by the time I got home and I checked my email, I clicked to Joe, give me 1 second. I clicked to order it, and it said, sorry, you know, we sold them all out. And they went and they put me on the next list. So I'm going to let you in, Joe, while I continue to talk, and then I'll introduce you to everybody. So I go and I get on the new list. So today I get an email from B&H that says, you're receiving this message because you asked to be notified when the item becomes available. And then they say, we regret to inform you that this item has unfortunately been discontinued.
What?
So I went and scoured the internet to see if this lens was discontinued or anybody said anything about it being discontinued, and I found nothing. Then I did a search as to, does anybody know why B&H is saying this lens is discontinued? Didn't get any information. So what I did do, though, is I went to Amazon, and they had 4 of them left, and I bought one from Amazon. So hopefully it does show up, and hopefully it's not. But before I ordered from Amazon, I looked at Paul's camera in California, and they didn't even have anything that implied that they even ever had it. I went to Alan's camera in Pennsylvania that a lot of people buy from. That happens to be where Fro used to work there. They didn't show that they ever had it. I went to a camera store in Georgia. They didn't have any indications that they sold it either. And I'm like, gee, all these places, and Adorama didn't have it either. So I'm like, what's going on? But I did find one on Amazon, and I ordered it, and we'll see if I actually physically get it. But something weird's going on. I don't know whether they just whether they just got hammered with orders and they have no clue when they're going to have them, so people aren't going to be able to get them. I'm not sure. That's kind of weird.
We'll find a way
Well,
to connect it to the chips shortage
have you
for
ever
sure.
heard of Henry's in Toronto?
No.
As they deal on both sides of the line. It's I've been dealing with them for at least 40 years. Whenever I want something that's different and just out or whatever that you never heard of before, they're my go-to people.
And Joe, we welcome you to the panel. We are originally from the island of misfit toys, or I should say misfit photographers, but we do get together once a week to pretend that we know what we're talking about.
I mean, we have to be the Nickelback of photographers. I mean, they are a unique group and they need to come together. No, it's good to see you guys. How's everyone doing tonight?
Well, I'm closer to Hannah than you are, Joe.
Oh, the birthplace of Nickelback. I love it, David. Where are you right now?
70 kilometers west of Hannah.
Okay, nice. That's cool. Doing some camping?
Yep, I'm out here for another week. Yeah, it's we're out here in the Badlands. You know?
Oh, that's awesome. The Badlands are a cool spot.
Oh, they sure are. And we've got a whole flock of stargazers out here tonight. And I wish I had some of the glass that they had. You know, my arms aren't long enough. And that's just the diameter.
Exactly.
Telescopes.
Oh, yeah. And but when you have a look at the tripod and the mount that they have, they probably, a lot of them are around 2K, you know, just to aim your lens. But anyway.
I'll have to bring my stargazing tripod. Well, guys, I have some dark news. I am. I went to the dark side. I ordered a Sony.
Hey, that's fine.
Yeah,
What
not to replace my Z6, just for my vlogging camera.
What did you get?
So I got rid of my Pocket 2, and then I got a used ZV-1.
Okay.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have fun with it. Have fun with it and enjoy it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, I was just like, man, like the Pocket 2 is great, but I can't use it for photos at all. And I mean, the ZV-1's obviously more for video, but you know, with at least with a 24-70, I can definitely get some photos with that. It'll be a bit. No real Nikon lover. There is no Nikon equivalent that's an all-in-one that I could use that's got like an external mic input. That's what drove me to the ZV-1. I just wanted something I could plug my Deity D3 Pro into and not have to worry about the onboard mic failing. I promise I'm not leaving Nikon.
Well, we will forgive you, but you know, if you happen to get an envelope in the mail and there's white powder in it, it didn't come from me.
I knew it.
You need to keep putting some pennies in the piggyback for the C6 C6 III.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
You should watch what you say. Big Brother is watching.
Yeah, there's no more pennies in Canada. Yeah, the smallest they have a nickel, which is our 5-cent piece.
Oh,
and $1 is called a loonie.
Yeah. So you're loved, Joe.
I'm doing. I knew it. No, I'm actually heading down to California here in a couple of weeks, and I was like, man, I want something just a little smaller to take with me. I mean, I love my Z6, but that's a commitment, you know. Especially that 17-35 on there, the thing weighs more than a gunship.
But no, that's, hey, you know, whatever works for you. I mean, that's why it's nice to have choices, and you know, it's always disturbing when when there's even the smallest of faction of photographers that are cheering for a brand to go under. You know, I mean, how many people were like all excited that Nikon might be dying off? You know, I mean, and then they do the same thing. Oh, Olympus is gone, and then okay, now they're OM Systems. But I don't want to see.
No.
I don't want to see Olympus go out of business. I don't want to see Panasonic go out of business. or any of them, because
Yeah.
choices are good, and for anybody that would like to say, well, I only want the brand that I shoot to be the only one out there. Be careful what you wish for, because if you ever had that and you don't have competition, then all the prices on every single thing you buy are going to get so high you're not going to be able to afford them anymore. And then you're going to be crying that there's no competition. So you want competition because it's healthy for everyone to have the competition.
And Joe, you got it already in your hands, or you're waiting for it?
I'm waiting for it. So I rocked Facebook Marketplace for that one. So I sold my Pocket 2 as well as one of my old Bose speakers, and then it worked out to be just about what the ZV-1 was for. And I mean, the guy was honestly like, it was such a good deal because he's out in Kelowna there. He's having trouble finding someone to buy it, so I bought it for like $400 Canadian, which I thought like that's steal of a deal really for a little camera like that. And it's got, you know, the 1-inch sensor, then you've got a variable aperture 2.8 when it's at 24, and then it's it's 1.8 at 24 and then 2.8 at 70 mils. So it's honestly, it's pretty bright little camera.
Get any smoke damage?
Yeah, right. We'll have to wait and see. I haven't gotten it physically in my hands yet. I made the e-transfer this morning, and I felt a little. You always feel a little bit nervous, right? But the guy had it on for such a long time, and he jumped on the Facebook call with me and was like, "I'm at the post office," and I was like, "Sent the e-transfer." Then the e-transfer took like 8 years to go through, and he wouldn't mail it until the e-transfer came through. I was like, "All right, cool." He's just as nervous as I am, which makes me comfortable.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're having fun over there with the fires. So.
Yeah, big time. But I will say though, when you guys make online deals, if it's not on like, you know, Amazon Marketplace or, you know, eBay where it's a verified buyer. Yeah, you guys just got to be careful, right? When I was living in Seoul, I did get ripped off. It was this Phantom 3 Pro. This guy was selling it down in Busan. And I was like, oh, man, this will be sweet. I can buy it from him. So I e-transferred him. And then he was like, where's the rest of the money? So I e-transferred him again. And then the drone just never came, and they pretended that it was held up at customs. So I ended up losing like $600 off that deal. I ended up getting it back because the police, it was a guy on a temp visa like me, and they basically said like, you'll be deported if you don't give him his money back. So it ended up working out. But you know, most of the time when you guys do something like that, you're not going to see a penny of that ever again.
Yeah, Gustavo, for everyone out there that Mike picked up on it, is Gustavo's dog was being demanding, so he had to temporarily leave the leave the stream to take care of doggy duties, as they say. I got a question for Wayne, if he's hopefully still with us. The cameras that have what they call an intelligent hot shoe, and you're talking about, okay, the mic plugs into the hot shoe without needing a cable. Here's my question. Does the voltage on the contact only appear when it senses there's something mounted on the hot shoe, or is there always juice on the pins? In other words, do you have to worry about making sure that you have that hot shoe covered in case it rains because it has live juice on it all the time, or is it something that's intelligent to the point where until it recognizes that there's something slid onto the hot shoe that needs the power, then it provides it? Do you know the answer to that question? Because I'd be a little nervous if it's hot all the time, and because a lot of people have cameras where they don't have covers on they don't have watertight covers on their hot shoe. That little plastic piece that you get is garbage that you get, with the Z9 or the Z8. I bought the old rubberized hot shoe from the D850, slides right on the Z9 Perfect, and at least you have rubber around that overhangs, and if it rains, it's not going to get on the hot shoe. But that's not an intelligent hot shoe either. So I'm just wondering. I think that's a legitimate.
You have to have some power going through it to sense that there's something there, but it's probably a very low voltage.
Yeah. Not a lot of current. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
you know.
Well, actually, on the subject of current, though, I have seen some YouTubers say that if you use the vlogging mic that come like the one that Wayne's talking about that does the power and automatically turns on, it kills the battery if you're doing a lot of videos. Like the battery's already not great on the ZV one.
Wayne's trying to get on, so I changed the screen, but he's not showing up yet. But he's
Wayne.
in the green room, and I did activate for him to show up, but he is not showing up for whatever reason right this second.
The battery must have died on the ZV1.
He says, "Let him in. I will discuss." Wayne, yeah, I try to. I'll toggle you off and toggle you on again to add you to the stream, and for whatever reason, it is not putting you on the screen. So I don't know whether it's a restream problem or something at your end, to be honest with you. So T-Mid is in the house. So how you doing, T-Mid? It's nice to see you.
T-Mid.
And I agree with a comment that Randall just made is, and this is so true. We've all kind of had, complaints is with Nikon is you lose patience because you've been waiting for something for so long, and you get tired of waiting, and eventually, some people leave, some people buy the other guy's stuff. I mean, I think they've gotten better than they were, and one could really not argue too much about that. They've really done especially if you're a wildlife photographer or a sports photographer. I mean, they've pretty much filled they have everything they need now for long lenses at all the different price points now with the 180 to 600 that just came out, where I don't think they can now finally walk away and not worry about wildlife and sports shooters anymore, and they can focus on maybe doing some wide angle lenses or some DX lenses for the APS-C Nikon ownership. I mean, there's other things that it frees them up on, or do some specialized lenses or some more 1.2 glass, because a lot of people want the 1.2 glass. So I think it's a big sigh of relief at their end that they can probably kind of just do one of these and say we're finally done with that genre. What they need for glass is now there, and start working on this. Greg's funny. He says, "Put Wayne on the hot seat about the hot shoe."
Well, where's 600 PF?
Missing in action.
I don't know. I mean, do you need it really?
No, I got a 5 and an 8.
Yeah, you got a 5 and an 8. You got a 180 to 6. I mean, I don't know that you need it really. I mean, that doesn't mean they won't do it, but do you really need it? But as Chuck would say, it's not that I need it. It's that Chuck would say it's not that I need it. It's that I want it.
Exactly.
I don't have the 7 to 23 yet, but it's supposed to have it in another 2 weeks or so, because we're back to Imperial, so.
Yeah, 7 to 23.
Yeah,
that's it. Keep Jeff happy.
Yeah, as Roy is saying, a couple tilt shift and fisheye. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get I'd like to get a lens like the old F mount one that goes from a wide angle rectangular 8
to 15
right lens to a fisheye, depending on the zoom. And that's I'd like something like that just for a fun lens, a fun fool around with lens, as long as they don't price it like totally ridiculous.
You don't use a
I've got the
fisheye
8
much.
to 15.
Yeah, interesting lens.
Yeah,
I'm gonna use it tonight because we still have a little bit of Milky Way out and clouds, and we got the comet in the air and a bunch of other things. So I'll just go backwards to all these stargazers, them with their long glass. I'll shoot with 7mm or 8mm, whatever it is. Yeah.
And Greg says he loves hot shoes in the winter. They keep his feet warm. Oh heck, okay. Since you made a funny, there's a lot of people when they go to Yellowstone in the winter, or depending on where you live, like where David lives, in Canada, it gets mighty cold. How many people put foot warmers in their shoes? A lot of people will get hand warmers to put in their gloves, but has anybody tried foot warmers in their shoes? I'm wondering how they work, if they're any good or not.
I put Tiger Balm on my feet, usually if I'm doing street photography for like an hour, if it's -20.
I never heard of that. What is
Tiger Balm's like, it's basically if you have like sore muscles, it's like a
like a Bengay.
Yeah, it's like a heat gel. So I use that on my feet just to kind of get them all lubed up before we hit the road.
Well, I've got a dehumidifier that I put in the bottom of my boots. It sucks the moisture out of the boots and it freezes it to the bottom, and it works really well. It's something. Well, don't laugh. It's something that the military up here has been using for at least 50 years, and it works.
Would know that.
I thought you were just like really pulling our leg or pulling our foot big time.
Oh, well, you'll come up here and the next day that is -40, and we'll see who lasts longer. You with your foot warmer or me with my boots.
I'm sure it would be you. The best
Also got a sniper rifle built
I have
in
is insulated boots and wool socks. That's about it.
Hardy Canadians with all this cold weather, correct?
Oh, yeah, it's just nice because when it hits -40, the sky is always clear, and it's just great for night photography. And I need one of those nights so then I can try out my Z8 and 9 to see how well they freeze.
Greg is saying that he does use foot warmers, but they're lumpy. Yeah, I mean, I use the hand warmers. Lots of times with the hand warmers, I just put them in the pockets of my jacket. And then if my hands start to get a little too cold, then I just put my hands in my pockets for a few minutes. There's usually enough time where, I don't have to have my hands out in the open air all the time.
But David, you're right. I think it's the humidity the problem, correct?
Oh yeah, it's humidity what kills you. And that's why these things that the military come up with, what it actually is, it's a spacer with an air gap in it that separates your feet from the bottom of your boot. And what happens is that the bottom, your foot is warm and it's got moisture in it, and your bottom of your boot is cold. And so it attracts the moisture and ends up keeping your foot dry. And when your foot is dry, it can be warmer, because when it gets wet, you freeze fast. And that's how it works. They don't call it a dehumidifier, but that's what it does.
Yeah. Hello, J Rod has joined us here. J Rod is here, and
yeah,
nice to see you.
And Rakesh was wondering what I was shooting tonight, and well, it's still clear. We're going to be there's the comet that's out. We're going to be a little bit of the aurora, if it's there. I did get 1 or 2 shots with the aurora in it last night, but if you didn't know what you're looking for, you would say, no, I got nothing. And that the Milky Way is there, and sometimes what I will do at night is I will shoot scenery shots. And it's not that hard to do. Your exposure is a little bit longer, but it's amazing what you can do. But there's no moon. But so it's even harder. But we got some stargazers here, so Anita and I will go and bother the stargazer starting at midnight and beyond.
I'm just sending out a message to Wayne. His name, I turned him on to let him in again, and his name now shows up in the on my screen, with everyone on the panel, but there's no video. And Wayne, you can try talking. We can see if we could hear you. No, he just left again, or now he's not showing up on the screen at all. It just bumped him out again. Yeah, he's gone. I don't know what's going on. We'll keep trying to get you on.
Maybe he's like me and had poor signal at the first of the evening.
Yeah. I just clicked to put you on again, Wayne, and once again your name shows up. Can you try talking?
Wayne, did you try force quitting the app that you're using for the stream link? Because sometimes if you force quit it and restart it, and also restart your internet, like on your computer, it'll work.
J-Rod's asking if anybody ordered the C-Star telescope. I have not even heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anybody else has.
I have not.
J-Rod, you're going to have to explain what that is.
Is it smaller than the Hubble?
That's smaller than the Hubble.
More reliable, perhaps.
Some other lenses, guys, that have come out is a 7 Artisans 9mm f5.6 full frame. I don't know how to pronounce this. It's weird. It's like ASTRHORI. I don't know if it's Asterhori. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. 85mm f1.8 autofocus lens came out. The Viltrox 27mm f1.2 Pro lens APS-C is out. You have two Laowa lenses, LAOWA, FF2 15mm. Now, Roy, you got to explain to me, what is a 15mm f5? What is a cookie lens?
Cook lens is a lens element configuration. Cook used to make lenses years ago for video, mostly.
And what is the advantage of
They actually had it worded as a cookie lens, like you're eating a cookie. And I'm like, well, you don't want to call it a pancake lens, so you're going to call it a cookie?
Lens, but Cook lenses used to be very big in video years ago.
And what is the advantage, Roy?
For a pretty penny.
Sorry, what?
What is the benefit of that design?
It's just a different look.
Okay.
Like APO lenses have very little astigmatism and things like that.
Hey, Wayne, give me a minute. What I'm going to do is, Wayne, I'm going to send you another link. Okay, so give me 2 minutes to just here, and I will send you another link to your email, and maybe that'll work. Maybe then it'll work. So you guys keep talking while I do that.
That's interesting, James, about that automatic stacking of pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
On that telescope that he's talking about. What kind of sensor do you have on that telescope? How many megapixels, James?
2. 2 megapixels.
And John, which places are you going to visit in Nepal?
I'm so jealous of all the places John goes to visit. I'm like going to Edmonton in a week, and like that's it.
I can't even get out the house.
Like whenever I imagine John doing photos, I've got like not even National Geographic. What's that guy that used to do Planet Earth?
David Attenborough?
Like
David Attenborough.
Yeah, no, David Attenborough. I like him in my head. I'm like, oh look, there is a wild bison. Johnny, she will get the photo and will never miss unless he uses a Leica.
Okay.
I tell you that guy is a living legend, to put it the least. David Attenborough.
I think I told you at one time, Jeff, but that's the only person that I have been. I was living in London and he was doing signing books, and I actually went for one of those events that you queue until he signed your book. The only person in the world that I had done that for. So he's a big hero of mine.
Yeah, he's wonderful. I mean, it's just there's certain people. Well, the thing that makes him different than other people who may have like great voices, like James Earl Jones, or there's a handful of people that could do voiceovers that have a perfect voice, but he is truly a naturalist. I mean, he knows the subject. He's just not reading a script. He's been doing it long enough to have incredible wealth of knowledge about wildlife and the interactions of how on how humans affect wildlife. And he's seen it. I mean, he's seen stuff that we'll never see. That most of us will never see. I mean, I don't know how he. I'm sure somebody wrote a book about his life or something, because it would be interesting to understand how he kind of got involved with this, and basically has been able to stay with it his whole life. I mean, it's truly amazing. I mean, every time I go on, whether it be Netflix or other channels that have documentaries on nature and wildlife shows, anything BBC related, boom, he's on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to check if I got the book at hand so I can show you.
When I was in high school, I came across this old DVD board game. You guys remember those DVD games where you like put the DVD in and you'd have like a board in front of you and you do different things and you'd have to interact with the TV. Well, I had the Planet Earth DVD game, and I don't think I'd ever played it as a kid. And then when I turned 18, one of my buddies was like, "Hey, I think we could turn this into a drinking game." So we did, and we didn't play the game at all; just turned into trivia. And you'd think you would learn all the answers after a certain amount of time, because it's like a 500 megabyte DVD, right? Like there's only so many questions. But if you play the game right, you'll never remember the answers.
Just so you folks know, David Stewart is still with us, but he turned his video feed off because it's getting dark where he is right now, and he is inside of a car because he's in camping mode, and he had to find an area to have an adequate signal so that he could come on the panel tonight. So he is still here in audio only mode, which is fine. But yeah, it was getting dark there in his images of him in the car.
There you have it.
Yeah,
book,
it is well, and not dark enough for night photography, but it's getting there. And Anita and I we're here enjoying what's going on. And one of these days, Joe, you're going to have to make a trip over to my place. It's such a long way. It might take you 10 minutes.
Whew, it's a commute.
He may get you interested in night photography, Joe. The different kind, the type you do.
Oh, sorry, it cut out there. Pardon, Gustavo?
I say he may get you hooked onto this different type of photography, astronomical photography.
Yeah, the Astro. I love Astro. I've gone out to do it a handful of times. Especially being so close to the Rockies, like you're so close. I just find that for myself, I'm lazy. Like I just can't get myself to go out in minus 30-degree weather in the mountains. But I mean, those who can do it, I mean, it's sick. Some of the shots that you see from folks that have that patience and that discipline, I mean, it just looks killer.
Yeah, I just wanted to try out my Zeds. Oh, our rancher is back with his horse and 2 dogs. So it's interesting the stuff you get to see here in some of these campgrounds in the Badlands, and Stuff that you don't, the city slickers don't get to see or even imagine.
David, you need to put your red lamp there, and then you can be inside the car with Anita, and then you using the red light.
Well, yeah, we'll think that you're in a dark room printing images.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, but anyway, yeah, it's but my trailer has 2 lighting systems in it. It's got white lights and it's got red lights. So
Hey, David, I'll let you answer this query because this is your ballpark here. Ava's asking, are there any Z lens recommendations for astrophotography?
not yet. And
Not even the 20mm 1.8.
maybe I've got the 24 1.8. It's they work. I want to get a 28 1.8 or a 1.2. It's Anita has the Sigma 28 1.4, and we haven't been able to try that out yet. Last night I was using the F mount 35 1.8, and it is no good wide open. But unless your glass is excellent wide open, I wouldn't consider it, because you need all the light in that you can get. But maybe for now, the only one that's there is either the 20 or the 24 1.8 for Z. Somebody has an
Say
echo.
hello to Mr. Ishii is now with us, and Wayne's trying to get in again. So I will try to get Wayne in. I sent him another link, so let's see if he shows up. Once again, Wayne, your name is showing up on the screen, but no picture of you.
Wayne, we need Wayne.
Being camera shy tonight.
He just lives down the street. I can see his apartment from here.
Why don't you have him come over to your house and he could sit next to you and you guys could be on together?
That's not a bad idea.
Right? Wayne, hop in your car and run over to John's house. I hear John has great snacks.
So, John, how long are you going to be in Nepal?
John's going out for breakfast.
What's that, Gustav?
How long are you going to be in Nepal?
Just 2 weeks.
Okay.
So for the first 5 days, Diane and I go on, and we're going to take pictures, just the two of us, right? And then we got a guide to take us here, there, wherever. Nothing serious, but at least it's just the two of us. And then on the 22nd, then we meet up with there's about 12 people from the local camera shop who's joining us. And then it's going to be, a little crowded. You got 12 guys throwing a lens on one subject. You know how that goes, Gustavo. So we figured take advantage of that, so we don't have to, fight for space to get one shot. Look here, and there's always one guy who's gonna, take 10 minutes to do one shot. So.
Anybody got any suggestions for Wayne? He is using Chrome, and we cannot get him on the show for some reason.
That's funny. This time with you, Jeff, I use Safari, and it seems to work better than Chrome. I don't know for some reason.
Wow.
Go figure. Unless it's an internet thing.
I'm having some problems with Chrome too lately.
And by local, you mean people from Malaysia that are also going to travel to Nepal?
Yeah. It's from it's from the camera shop that we go to. They have we have a little, photo safari thing going on a couple times a year.
We need to send you to Bhutan
No, I've been to Bhutan. Bhutan is overrated, Gustavo.
Okay.
It's difficult to get there, and it's an expensive place, and there's no big tall high mountains like Nepal or anything. So it's kind of
But they have some nice wildlife park, correct?
wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know. I didn't see any. Sorry, man. I mean, it's a very, very Buddhist place where they have a lot. Everyone's they're like all monks. Lots of monks in temples. If you're into that,
Okay.
but it's the happiest country in the world or something. But it's not a cheap place, and then the food is a little.
That's why they're so happy.
The food is a bit. It's not not my cup of tea.
They're happy because they did all the way tourists.
You may not get cups of tea there, John.
And then in October, we're going to Phuket for the Vegetarian Festival. And that is absolutely insane, wild sauce, and pictures of that. There are a bunch of Taoist monks.
Here he is. He got Wayne, man. I think it's going to work this time. Come on.
Celebrating.
You guys can hear me now?
Hey.
Finally.
Safari?
Chrome is a problem. Morning all. Sorry about all.
What was the issue, Wayne?
Chrome.
So you went to Safari?
No, I wasn't using Safari. I was using Chrome the entire time trying to get in, and they kept telling me that my system is dropping. I got Wi-Fi now. It's 500 megabits. I'm like, why is the connection not connecting? It doesn't make any sense. So I shut down the computer, go through all that, and I've been listening to the iPad, and finally it works on Safari.
Wayne, you've got a lot of it about the internet.
When I was going on Chuck's show all the time, I was always using Safari, and he kept saying, Jeff, you can't use Safari. It doesn't work. You got to use Chrome. So finally I put Chrome on my machine. And I've been
But are you guys using the same streaming software?
Yeah. Well, I am now, but I mean, I couldn't. I was dropping out when I was just a guest on his show, and I was on YouTube, and then but I was logging into his invite on Restream and using Safari, and lots of times my audio didn't sync up right, or it just wasn't working good at all. So he said, go to use Chrome. And once I did that, it was fine. So I don't know. That's weird.
Jeff, that was painful but funny. So
yeah, painful. But funny. Yeah, funny for you, painful for me.
Exactly.
Today I'm using Safari and it works great. But when I was on Chuck's show, Safari wouldn't work at all. I had to use Chrome. So
I thought Safari only worked if you were in Africa.
well, Safari works now.
Dropping tonight.
Yeah. So let me answer that question that you guys had about that Sony microphone on the hot shoe. I got a drop of water on the A7R5, and for about a week or so, the audio wouldn't work. It was very spotty. So I don't know if the shoe was hot, but I saw it on the top of the little plastic thing. I didn't think it got in there because as soon as I saw it, I just wiped it off, and the camera worked fine at either. But the next day when I tried to use it with a microphone, it started coming in, going out, coming in, going out. So a couple of days just like sitting by the window by the sunshine, and it seemed to dry out, and it worked fine after that. No more issues. So that's the only downside. And I think I mentioned in one of my videos that I didn't like that. I'm kind of happy that Nikon doesn't have that, because if, as you're saying, it put in power to it, and somehow you think you may not know there's water in there, but there's water in there, then it's going to cut out. But the good thing is at least drying it out doesn't kill the entire system.
Yeah, so just find yourself a good rubberized cover for that hot shoe when you're not using it.
Yeah, I think that's something that I have to look at.
The D4S had a great hot shoe cover. Right, Roy? The D4S, the D4, D3, they came with the beautiful rubberized.
I still kept mine. I don't know what I've done with them, but I've kept mine.
Well, I looked up the one I had on my D850, and I bought it for the Z9. Fits on it perfect, and it has plastic underneath it to slide in, but it's covered by a piece of rubber, and that rubber is going to keep the water from getting in. So it's
where'd you get it?
I just bought it from B&H.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could give you the. Let me find the number.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to answer a query from Eva. There's two different ways of doing night photography. That is, to have long exposures using a tracker, or you go to uh, short exposures, high ISO, and fast class. And that is the way that I normally go because I shoot the Aurora a lot and I have to limit my exposures to less than 4 seconds. But if you have a tracker, it's totally different because you can have an exposure into the hours, but you need a pretty decent tracker, and somebody's producing an echo. No.
Yeah, I mute my mic when I'm talking. So and when you guys are talking, I mute it. So I just checked it. I know it's not my side.
Well, what's strange is I looked up the. I'm trying to look up the part. This is boy, me and B&H are just having a hard time in the last few days here. I take the part. This is it. I don't know if we can.
Oh yeah, I remember
This is
those.
it. Okay. And it has a part number of a BS-3 on it. But when I type in that part number on the B&H website, it keeps saying results for the Nikon GS-3, which there is no GS-3. So I cannot tell you how much it costs because it's not searching it properly. I'll have to try another website here. Let's see if Adorama has it. I don't know why. We will try them and see if they recognize the part number.
It's on the internet.
Yep, Adorama has it. Nikon BS-3 accessory shoe cover replacement, $9.95.
Yeah, it's on Amazon as well too.
Yeah.
Same price.
So, but anyway, yeah, I love it. It's just because you can see the. I don't have enough light shining here. I will turn my light stand for a second. But you can maybe see.
Oh, yeah,
see
yeah,
the plastic underneath.
Yeah.
So the plastic slides on, but the rubber is oversized and covers it all up completely.
Yeah, the alternative is this one as well that has a bubble leveler as well.
Yeah, I think that may work on most hot shoes are pretty much the same size.
Exactly.
I would think so. I would think it would work on any brand.
It's supposed to be,
because that's a standard. That's like an ANSI spec type of item on a camera. So they all have to meet a certain ANSI spec. So it should slide right on.
Yeah, that's going to be something I have to see if I can find here, because I still have the FX30, and that'd be good for that one. I think somebody had a mic or something that I saw. It was Canon, that there was a rubber piece that covers it over when you have the mic put in there. That would be good if Sony did something, or if Nikon comes out with something later on, they can do that as well.
I wanted to give everybody a heart attack here. No, for real. You know, they've got this talk. Of course, the talk now with memory cards is the new CFEB version 4.0 memory card, and ProGrade came out with a 1.3 terabyte version. They're the first ones to come out with the card at the small affordable price for one card of $1,460. You get two cards for $2,630. So I don't care how fast the thing reads or writes, which happens to be, for the record, 3,400 megabytes per second read speeds and burst write speeds up to 3,000 megabytes per second. And you can buy a card reader for $99.99. But I'm sorry, I'll stick with what's out there now because I'm not going to pay as much for one memory card as I would for a camera lens.
That's good. It'll make all the smaller ones cheaper.
Imagine
You
if
know,
lost
as soon as everybody else comes out with theirs, that price is going to drop.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just put a video out about a memory card and I was researching. I was like, oh my Lord, that thing is like a really fast card. I mean, the announcement was like last week. And here it is. They already have a memory card out there. And I saw it on Amazon briefly, but I couldn't get the link to work. And then when I went back, it just like didn't work anymore. So I guess they're updating their pages. But yeah.
This is the one case where you don't want to be the first one to get them.
Not unless you're on the bleeding edge and you want that speed. You have a red camera or something like that you think you need to do
I'm still
12K
waiting for one to fail.
Huh?
I'm still waiting for one of those CFEs or even an XQD to fail. I used to have a lot of SDs fail on me, and these CFEs and XQDs just don't fail.
Never had a failure in any one of those, so that's a good thing.
But
these new speeds these new card speeds they're getting up there, because I mean that one is right up to 12K for video recording, and I know was a Blackmagic and Red Camera can do 12K. That's like, next level stuff. We don't need that for just taking photos, but for videos, 8K, it'd be nice when the price comes down to regular, maybe $700 and something for that one.
Sorry, David, I wasn't looking at the private chat since I was getting the hot shoe cover here, and I'm assuming you're already gone. You're there. I heard your voice. Have a good night, and thank you for coming on as always. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been great. It's like Anita and I are going to be getting up at midnight for a number of hours to see what's going on, because we want to get a little bit of sleep before we get up, and then we may be up until the dawn. So anyway, we got long nights and short days here. So yeah, have a good evening.
You too.
Hopefully you're still there, Chuck. And,
yep, Chuck's taking off too, guys. So everybody say goodnight to Chuck and Maribel.
Yeah, and Chuck, hopefully you saw the ferry photo that I sent Maribel. And I'll talk to you later. Okay, bye.
Take it easy.
Bye, Dave.
Good night, Chuck and Maribel. Thanks for coming on and stopping by and being hopefully slightly entertained by us crazy people.
Hey, Jeffrey, I haven't heard from Vaughan lately. Have you seen anything from him?
No. Since that video that he did either got pulled by YouTube or he voluntarily removed it, he has not come out with any other content since. So
he's
got
MIA.
pulled?
Well, I don't know for a fact that he got pulled, but he had a video that came out that I did not watch. So somebody told me about it, but by the time I went to go watch it, it was already pulled off the channel. So, or it wasn't there anymore. So I don't know if he got a lot of negative feedback and he pulled it on his own, or whether
I was involved in it.
YouTube might have pulled it because it did violate the terms of agreement with YouTube. So
I was involved in it is because of something I said on Simon's show that he created it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he, as I say, he went a bridge too far, and like I said, I don't know if he just got a lot of flack from people in the comments section of the video, or whether YouTube yanked it and penalized him. I don't know, but it's not like him 11 days or more now without a video of any kind from him is not typical of a Hagen, that's for sure.
No.
Yeah, I think he may have gotten reported because of that video, and they basically put him on time.
Yeah, and Simon never even knew about it until I mentioned it to him.
Yeah, Maribel, take care. Have a good night.
Hi, Maribel.
What about Z-Wade? I haven't seen him in a while either. Usually he's on every Friday night.
I haven't seen him.
Yeah,
I know he did a couple of videos.
I look forward to his videos. They're fun, but I haven't seen him either.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Vahagen. I mean, I just know that it was pulled one way or the other, and then
somebody.
since then he has not made an appearance. So I mean, I don't like to make an assumption or create rumors, but it's I don't want to. It's not funny. I mean, I had just maybe the day before was on my own reading the terms of agreement with YouTube, just so I understand it more myself, because once in a while, just like and Chuck would remind us all to watch our language when we were on his show, and not just because that's something that we should all be cognizant of and try to be polite, but you could have kids watching the show too. I mean, this is not like an adult only live stream anymore than Chuck's was. But I know once in a while I may have slipped a word out that I shouldn't have, and usually catch myself and apologize. But
oh, my virgin ears, Jeffrey.
Yeah, hey, it happens. And then so I said, I got to read the rules and make sure I don't get my.
How does Joe Rogan and all those guys get away with it?
I don't know.
I think that this stream is talking about other things. I think he was would be considered attacking another creator.
Yeah,
disparaging another creator, because what he was saying, and I don't know if you guys saw the video, but I was saying maybe you don't want to go down that road, but I guess when he did that, somebody complained about it, or maybe multiple complaints. That's my speculation.
The thing is, Wayne, when the guys in the U.S. when they publish their stuff, we over here are the first ones to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they publish it, most people are asleep. But we wake up and first thing in the morning, we see it. And it's like, 10 minutes ago.
Yep.
And then within a couple hours, then it was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something occurred. Something occurred, and I guess we should just leave it at that rather than
let's give them some space.
Yeah, let's leave it at that rather than try to outguess YouTube or anybody's intentions, because we really don't know. It wasn't us, so
they will come back. Give them some space.
He's my good buddy.
And I mean, Nikon is saying, Z-Wade, well, jokingly, Z-Wade and Verhagen have gone underground.
I don't know if you guys have their email. We can email them and check in on them. I'll see if I can find that and send them an email.
Well, Mosman's close to him. So. Hey, on another note, I got this 35 1.8S. Any of you guys have it?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's. I would think that's obviously a nice street photographer range lens, right? 35 millimeter.
You've been using it? I got
it secondhand, so it was not very expensive, and I always wanted it. How about the 24 1.8? Anybody?
No, I mean, I have too many lenses that start with the number 24. I think eventually I want to get the 20 1.8, but I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I mean, I just
because secondhand Z lenses are really hard to find.
Yeah,
they get snapped up real fast.
They're not old enough. They're not old enough yet. We're old enough. I don't have anybody trying to snap me up, But
I think you don't see too many of the Z lenses come online, but if they come on, people are gonna buy them because it's gonna be like a big savings compared to what you can pay for brand new.
Yeah, that's why I try to snag them.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem buying a refurb lens from Nikon either, and depending on the lens, sometimes you can save a pretty good piece of coin buying the refurb.
Yeah, refurb is a good way to go. Usually my laptop, iPads, and so on. Unless like new one I wanted before I started traveling, most of my stuff was always refurbished. At least an Apple store there come with a warranty. Nikon lens come with a warranty, and I've never had an issue with them.
Were you recently traveling, Wayne, in the last couple of weeks? Were you, because there was one night you were on and we lost you in the chat a few times. I think you said your signal wasn't very good where you were. So were you on the road traveling again a couple of weeks ago?
Well, I've been in Malaysia for the last couple of weeks, but
Okay.
my phone signal was all I had, so there was no Wi-Fi here.
Okay.
And I have to be like I'm sitting by the window here right now. I have to be like right here and like stick the phone like outside to get like maybe 2 bars of signal. So it wouldn't do video. It would only do audio. And normally, if I'm trying to listen at the same time and type, it wouldn't work. I had to like type a message. Well, I pause the feed, type a message, send it, then start the feed again. So it was getting annoying for me. So a couple of times I'm like, I give up. This is not working. I can't communicate.
I'm going to throw Rakesh's comment up here. I've kind of heard the same thing. I mean, I think
I've tried
David.
both.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
The 21.8 is a really outstanding lens.
Yeah, Ferroman
find
had
a
it out
second
in Mongolia, and he got some really nice images with that 20. It's really nice. Make me want to get one.
Yeah, it's on my, well, it's like I don't know if you were on early in the chat, Wayne, what time you poked in there or popped into the chat, but I was kind of telling a story how I was on a waiting list for that TT Artisans 100 millimeter f2.8, and then
Yeah, I
B&H
was here.
sent me a notice that it's discontinued. And well, theoretically, I mean, I placed the order. They accepted the order from Amazon. We'll see if I actually get it or not. But I searched all over trying to figure out, was it really discontinued or just discontinued by B&H? But couldn't find out any information. So I don't know what the real story is on that. That was kind of a weird one.
I think sometimes these smaller manufacturers may come out with something, and if there's enough complaint about it, they'll like work on a new version. So they'll stop production of that one and come up with a different version. So it's like the Mega Adapt. I will mention that one as well.
Yeah.
The Pro version. I don't know if you guys saw it in the chat. That Pro version is able to be updated through the Nikon camera. You don't have to use a little clip thing anymore. So Nikon must have given their blessing to allow them to be able to do a firmware update via the camera instead of that USB thing that they said that was kind of cumbersome.
Okay. For those that are software are really into software, and I'm not going to get into details because it just you don't want to hear me talk that long, but just so you know, there are major software updates as announced on Nikon Rumors for Topaz has a new AI version that came out, Luminar and ON1. So if you want more information about the software upgrades for those particular packages, either go to the company's website to get information about what the differences are, what the improvements are, or you can get some information from Nikon Rumors as well. And I'm sure it's probably on Sony Rumors and every rumor site. But if you're in the market for a software upgrade or buying something for the first time, you may choose to look into that. I think it was during the photo review, I called it, I wanted to start something called Tips and Tribulations regarding photography. And I actually got my first email from Luis Pereira sharing some tips and a tribulation. So I thought I would share with you what he wrote to me. So in the tip category, he says in the field, he carries a few things with him all the time to help him in his photography trips. A big plastic bag to cover any backpacks or anything else when it rains, but mostly he uses it to lay it on the wet ground when he needs to lay his backpack down to change lenses, get a second camera out, or even just for him to sit down on dirty and wet places. Great to have with you if you need to kneel down from a wildlife photographer point of view, if you need to kneel down on the beach to get some low shots of the birds along the tidal pools or along the edge of the waves coming in from the ocean, and you don't want to get your pants soaking wet, a piece of plastic or a plastic bag comes in handy. He also says a small cloth to dry the camera and the lens, small screwdrivers, and a tool set for tripod plates and other stuff. And he says, for example, his reading glasses. Yeah, how many times have you had a screw, if you're an eyeglass wearer, had a screw pop out of your frame, and all of a sudden your lens pops out on the ground, and you don't have one of those extra miniature screws or the right screwdriver to put it back in. That is a very good comment. Adhesive plaster / Band-Aid. He says so far he's given away more to other people than actually used by him on himself. And a copy of his passport. He says he doesn't need it often, but in Europe I didn't quite understand how he wrote this, but he said in Europe one may cross a border without a document by car or just hiking. I guess you could be riding a bike or hiking and all of a sudden you're in another country.
Yeah.
Of course, that gets people in trouble when it happens to be they walked into North Korea. We all know about how that works. And for tribulations, he says, and this is where I'll spell out the word so I don't say it and get my channel bumped off. He says what his family often hears is DAM, you know what? I had the wrong settings. He says that means generally that he forgot to compensate when using auto ISO, or that he thought he had auto ISO on, but it wasn't. And he says back in 1989, he visited the town. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Gustavo, you can correct me. I'll spell the word. It's in Belgium. Brugge.
Bruges.
Bruges. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So he visited the town of Bruges in Belgium and took many pictures of the channels, the old buildings. And he says after taking a suspiciously high amount of pictures, he realized that he didn't take any pictures because the roll of film didn't turn and was not used.
Woo.
So I kind of mentioned that as in joking, that could be something that might happen to someone. And sorry to see that it happened to him. And he says so he convinced his friend to do the same walk all over again, and he got all the images.
That's a very common mistake.
Yeah.
Very common. That's why you gotta make sure that your spool reel is tight.
Yeah. Usually
I mean, that's SOP.
Usually you have some kind of indicator, like a line or something in a window, or you got some kind of indicator.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough, Jeff. You got to make sure that winder is tight.
Yeah.
And even advance it one frame.
Yeah.
Even if you have to lose a frame.
Yeah.
This is very common.
Yeah. So then one last thing he says is make your own checklist, things you need when traveling, gear-related clothes, medicine, documents, visa, what to place in the checked luggage, what to carry with you on the plane. And we did have a discussion, probably in some of the earlier live streams that I did where we were talking about how to pack for a trip. And I talked about, a checklist that I made up for a trip that I was planning on doing that didn't end up happening. But there's and he says once you create the checklist, you use them again and again for long or short trips. Yeah, I mean it's just like make your own checklist up and print it out, and not you could print out a checklist and then go and have it. What do you call it? Drawn. I'm having a brain. You know what?
Hey, can I add one thing to that?
Yeah.
If you're on meds like some of us are, right? Make sure I always take an extra month's worth, and then I have one set that I have Diana carry. So I got three, one set on me, one set in a bag, and one set for her to carry. just in
Oh,
case.
yeah. So no matter what happens, you're going to have your medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The two set of glasses. That's another good one.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
But I appreciate him for being willing to share one of life's more embarrassing moments, because I wasn't sure if I'd get anybody that would want to do that, and other than me, because I have no shame anyway. So I'm glad that Mr. Pereira was willing to share some tips and a tribulation, because we've all had something happen that we just you that's like the commercial, you hit yourself in the head and you say, I could have had a V8,
Yeah. No, because Gustavo, I had a pair of glasses, all of a sudden the lens popped out.
Yeah.
And I'm in Thailand someplace, and the only thing I had as spare sunglasses.
Exactly.
So here I am at night, and I'm going, oh my God.
Yeah,
I'm running around like 3 different lenses.
I'm making a note of that, because I don't have an eyeglass repair kit in my photo bag, but I am going to buy one and make sure I have one in my photo bag.
Yeah, all of a sudden the lens pops out. Then what?
Oh, particularly John, because I don't use my glasses when I'm behind the camera, so I put it in my pocket. And then you put all the things in the pocket, and then that's very easy for these
it
plastic
pops out
to pop out.
Yeah, I tell you, it's a nightmare.
Exactly.
Yeah, when you it's one of those things you say, oh, that'll never happen to me, and then a day later it happens to you.
Oh,
it's almost like if you mention it, as soon as you mention that something won't happen to you is when it does.
Exactly. Oh, it's Murphy's Law. For sure.
So this is my little tool here. I've had it since work. When I open the top, and there's a bunch of different tips inside. If you can see that.
Let me, Wayne, hang on a second. I'm going to drag you onto the bigger screen.
Okay.
Give me a second to move you. So, okay, there we go.
So they're the extra tips.
Exactly.
Those are nice.
Yeah. So I've had that like since work, and I just find one that have something I can match for my glasses, because I've had the screw pop out one time, the lens fell out and everything, and I was like, oh my God. So when I was in Thailand, I bought like 2 more glasses. So I'm running around with 3 glasses, so just in case something happens, I have one. And generally, like, when I was at Mongolia, I carried a second one with me as well. And that time I could feel, this one seems to get loose all the time.
Exactly.
So it needs to get tightened up. So I have to do that so often. So this is definitely something good to have.
I would say, but you probably can't take it with you on the airplane anyway. Sometimes super glue solves everything in an emergency, but I don't know that you could put super glue on an airplane or not.
This actually goes to my backpack, and they've had an issue with it, but now I keep it inside my camera case with my other stuff, so I know where it is. Sometimes I put it in, it goes in deep, and you're like, where is my screwdriver?
Will it be good to have one of those with Allen keys heads as well, because that's the other thing, correct? Most of the tripods and sometimes the lens foot use Allen keys, and then you need to have the right size of Allen keys also with you in your backpack.
Yeah, exactly.
You need the Allen keys for your tripod legs and your
L bracket.
Your L brackets and stuff like that.
The smallest got a little kit, and it's got a couple of Allen key inside there.
Exactly.
So this comes in handy. I carry this around, and oops, sorry about that. The other ones are just regular screwdrivers and so on. And this works for my cages and so on, and the small rig stuff. But it also works for the video head when I want to put the camera on there. So it's been very useful. I'm looking for another one that has more. But John and I was at a place the other day where they had those. What they call those things, John? The universal toolkit, Leatherman type thing. Yes.
Oh, okay, the Leatherman. Okay.
Yeah, but those have anything that has a blade, you're going to lose it, because the TSA
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to take
No,
it.
you have to pack that in your check-in
Yeah,
Suitcase.
yeah,
for
yeah. You can't take
sure.
it on the plane. That one you have to
No,
basically pack it
no,
inside the suitcase.
I got an Allen key taken away from me at in Cambodia.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, they took away. They said, "What's this?" I said, "Well, it's Allen key." They didn't know what an Allen was, and they took it. And I go, "Oh shit!"
Well, that's because you said that was the pin that you just pulled out of the hand grenade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you I tell you one thing. At one time, when I was traveling a lot for business, I have a nail clipper, correct? That you put in your and that nail clipper. I don't know what kind of metal it was made, but every time I had to take it out, show it to them, it's a nail clipper, go back. So I actually stopped taking that. So there are certain alloys that can trigger when it goes through the X-ray machine. So you need to watch out for that one because until I took that out, every time they were stopping me and they had to show them the neck clipper. It's a regular neck clipper, but it was made of a certain alloy that triggered the system.
Mm.
So John, I got a question for you, and while Jeff is looking for his note here for the next topic. So what happened to your Leo photo tripod? Because I bought a tripod as well, a
Oh,
smaller
okay.
tripod.
I'm not a real big fan of Leo photo, but
Okay.
what happens? The legs, it's pneumatic or whatever, and it just won't go. It just gets
Oh.
stuck, and jammed up. So 2 out of 3 legs, and I never use this thing.
Okay.
It just gets jammed up. So anyway, I returned it to the shop, and then they took it apart and fixed it. But it's definitely Leo Photo's quality is nowhere close to Jitso.
No, I as I told you, I bought one because it's about 10, 20 centimeters smaller, so it fits better in my
Yeah, I mean
bag.
they look great, Gustavo, but
Exactly.
the quality is, I mean, for the price is fine, but it packs up on you. It just drives me nuts.
Yeah, no,
So I got a Gitso, and to me, over 25 years, Gitso has just been flawless. Of
oh no,
course,
I agree with you. I suspect that I'm going to have the same experience because I noticed already, here at home, working at a little bit around my yard, that it's not the legs don't come in and out as easy as my Gitzo. So I
yeah,
think my Gitzo
exactly.
will still be the main one. I just made for travel, I use this one, but I gotta
Yeah.
if it happened like you, you're going to drive me crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, these new
forget
carbon
about
fiber
it.
things, unless you buy from the big brands, they usually are not that good because the one I have is outside and it's the same thing with the lens. Sorry, the legs. A couple of them will just drop in real easy, and a couple of them you just keep shaking them, have to push it in. So
Oh,
it seemed like it's a design thing.
they look fantastic. It's actually I think I mentioned it before because Greg was talking about something he was mentioning the Manfrotto fluid head, right? Jeff, I went for this Leophoto fluid head because it has an Arca Suite compatible. That's going back tomorrow to B&H because I noticed in the where the panning tightening knob at the bottom, it's leaking something. It's some sort of gel fluid. So
Couldn't do that.
so I said that, and I have used it only like a week and a half. So it's like you say, John. I think they look good, but they may not be as good.
No, the fluid heads stick to Manfrotto and stuff like that, or the Shattlers, or whatever the other one is. It's super expensive that the video guys use.
Yes, the Sackler is what I have actually. You see that over here. But from this side because of the light.
Yeah, let me move you over, Wayne. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the Sackler head that I have, and it's darn good. It works very well. Not having an issue with it. I mean, I think it's probably discontinued right now because I've been looking for that one for one. I couldn't find it. They have the newer versions that they cost more, and I was thinking about that. But then the whole travel thing is weight. Weight's been the big concern. So I had to go with this one compared to the other one what I want to get, and see the kind of size of camera that I'm putting on there right now. I had a Panasonic HCX1 video camera, so that was fine for that kind of camera. But it also works with these lighter cameras as well. So this is the better one because the newer ones you need to have like a really good video camera to make it work correctly.
What do you got back there, Jeffrey?
In the corner.
Jeffrey, what's that
Oh,
back there?
That's the Manfrotto 608 Nitrotech fluid head, which I was just going to look and see if B&H still had it on sale, because I did a 1-minute video because they had a crazy sale on the next size up. That one will do 0 to 17.6 pounds in terms of the counterbalance. It'll hold a 32-pound setup, but for counterbalancing, the continuous counterbalance adjustment is 0 to 17.6 pounds. Then they have the next model up, which costs a fair amount more, starts at 8 pounds and goes up to like 30 or something counterbalance weight. But they had that. I'm going to look it up for you quick here, Gustavo. They had it on sale for a lot less than what I paid for it. Let me put it to you that way. I was not happy when I saw the sale price. I'm like, I just paid, $150 more than what I could have got it for just the other day.
Oh my God.
It's like,
Was it within like a week or so? A month?
Yeah, I want to see if they still have it on sale.
You see, I think Greg mentioned that he bought that one because of you.
Yeah, I did the video, and he texted me that he bought it. I go, yeah, you got a great deal, better than I got.
I think you can check with the manufacturer, people you buy it from, because sometimes when those things go on sale, if you're within like 30 days, they usually have the time limit. They will refund you the cost if it went on sale within like a 30-day period after you bought yours.
Yeah, but it was a B&H deal.
Okay, here you go, Gustavo. It's still on. You could get the Manfrotto 608 Nitrotech fluid head is normally $606.95. They got it on sale for $302.99.
Yeah, I may talk with B&H tomorrow when they are open and try to do a trade, because I tell you, that thing leaking fluids there 2 days after is not a good omen.
No. But I'm surprised they still have it on sale at B&H. And then if for those that need a heavier weight, which is, to me, I don't know, you'd have to have really heavy stuff. And I know they got the numbers in here wrong, but it's like, 8.8 pounds or 8 pounds to 39 pounds, that counterbalance weight. That one's on sale normally $843 for $421.99. So if you really have a huge setup with a lot of weight, then you'd go with the Manfrotto 612. But for probably 90% of the people, the 608 is more than enough capacity for what you would need to use.
That's a video head, right?
That's a video head, yeah.
Yeah, the Sackler is about the same price.
Yeah. I got an email from, I don't know, if Service Photo, which is a camera store in Georgia. I bought a few used Nikon lenses from them for older Nikon bodies, and they were always good. I never had an issue with any of the used stuff that I bought from them. But so now I'm on their mailing list, so they send you information. And this is something I didn't realize. They said through September 17th, like Nikon has sales on lenses now, but he says through September 17th, Nikon's added bonus rebates to their lens promotion. And then they give you an example of how it works. And they said, let's imagine that you'd like to purchase a Z 24 to 70 millimeter f2.8s and a 70 to 200 millimeter f2.8s. So each lens has an instant savings of $300 off. So you save $600. But for the first time ever, Nikon has also added bonus savings of $100 per lens when 2 or 3 qualifying lenses are purchased together. So if you're looking to make a multiple lens purchase, you're going to be able to save. Let's say you just buy 2 lenses instead of 1, you could probably save an extra $200 depending on what lenses you need. So just something to consider. if you need to do a multiple lens purchase, you could actually save even more money on the lenses right now. I didn't realize they were doing that. I mean, they're saying it's the first time Nikon's ever done that. So I don't
I know they usually do stuff for the bodies, but not for the lens. So that's nice.
Yeah.
Now they tell me.
Yeah. I went on Sony Rumors, and I've talked about these cameras before. The newly announced A7CR is now available for pre-order for $29.98, and that's their 61 megapixel camera. And then they have and that has a magnesium alloy body. And then they have the A7C2, which is available on pre-order for $21.98. That's the 33 megapixel version. And those have like where the eyepiece is when you're looking at the back of the camera, the eyepiece is to the far left, kind of like a rangefinder type camera, rather than in the middle of the camera body. So it's a different design. It's a smaller, more compact body that some people might be interested in. And they do, let's see, I don't want to read all the specs because you guys are all more than capable of looking that up yourself, but it's 10-bit 4K 60p video. And then they have, some LUTs. They got, S-Log, S-Cinetone, some user LUTs that you can put in. So there's a lot of videos for those two model cameras right now because they are newly released. So you could go on Sony Rumors, and they have a whole bunch of links to YouTube videos on those two cameras that you could watch. They also have, at the same time, they introduced the Sony FE 16 to 35 millimeter f2.8 GM version 2. Pre-order is $22.98, and they expect to ship it on September 28th. And I don't usually read. If I'm on Nikon Rumors, I don't usually read the comments people make because they get rather foolish and they start fighting with each other. But I had to smile and say, oh, the people on Sony Rumors aren't any different than the people at Nikon Rumors. I looked at some of their comments, and they were all fighting with each other and arguing about these two camera bodies and and differences of opinion, and got rather argumentative about it. So I just smiled and say, well, I'm glad it just doesn't happen with Nikon folks. It happens with
it's everywhere.
Sony folks as well. Fuji, the big thing with Fuji is they've got what they're calling the X Summit on September 12th. And that whole summit is really going to be a promo thing for their new 100 megapixel GFX 100 version 2 medium format camera. That's going to cost $74.99. And I did talk about that either last week or the week before, along with the specs of that.
Fuji contacted me the other day on that.
Oh, they did. They gonna send you one to try?
No, I got invited to the launch next week, but I won't be here. But what's so funny is that the X Summit is going to be launched in Stockholm, Sweden.
That's right.
Gee, I wonder why.
Well, trying to tell us something.
So they're going to launch this 100 megapixel medium format right there, right in the front yard of Hasselblad.
But it is an interesting sounding camera.
Yeah. Hey, for the price, it's cheap.
It is.
Yeah,
really cheap.
I'll rattle off a few things real quick. Tilt and detachable EVF, detachable battery grip. It does have a there's supposedly anonymous sources saying that the new sensor is about 50% faster because it's not using the sensor architecture of the Sony a6700, but a new one. So supposedly it's going to be even faster than what people think it's going to be. It does use CFE type B cards and SD cards, 8K video, 4K 60, 10-bit, 422 ProRes internal. Pretty darn impressive. Compatible with the external cooling fan. I'm not a big fan of that. No pun intended. I'm not a big fan of the external cooling fan. 8 stops IBIS, 3-way tilt screen, waveforms monitor, anamorphic mode, coming with Reala film simulation. And they said, full-size HDMI port. Some people,
that's good.
That's a big thing. They don't like the micro HDMI ports. They're too flimsy. 8 frames per second mechanical shutter.
Oh my God.
But it sounds like a pretty darn good camera if you want to get into medium format.
I better
Would you use it for video though?
Yeah, the video specs.
The video specs are decent. 4K 60, 8K, does 8K. Yep. So nothing to sneeze at.
Can you imagine Roy, putting a fan on, using that back in the day for commercial work?
Oh yeah,
man, it'd be like, what a dream.
I still like the shutter in the lens though.
It would be fantastic.
Yeah, that is really the main difference between the Fuji and the Hasselblad. Is the Hasselblad has the you could shoot it at any shutter speed because you have that set up in the lens, not in the body of the camera.
But it makes the lenses so heavy.
Well, it makes them cost probably about 30% or 40% more. Easy.
Diana's got she's got a whole cupboard full of those Hasselblad lenses, and my God, I started making noise at lenses that cost $2,000. Her lenses they start at $8,000. Crazy.
Yeah. My macro one's 12.
The GFX, the GFX lenses are beautiful for the price.
Yeah, they're very good.
I mean, you can't. I mean, I use it all the time. The dynamic range on these things and the lens. Hey, for $7,400, you can make your money back in 2 jobs, Roy? Easy.
Yeah. I like flash though, so I like the shutter in the lens.
Hey, Wayne, you use this. You're taking off. You're going to go to listening mode.
Yeah. So
well, thanks for coming on and talking about that intelligent hot shoe and other things. We appreciate you coming on.
No problem. I got good signal now, so I should be able to come on if I'm awake. Because sometimes I'm up late editing, and this morning I was on like 10 after, so I'm like I got to get up and try to get on the stream. Well, thanks for having me.
No problem.
Good seeing all you guys.
I'll send you weekly invites, and if you're available and not traveling or out in the desert somewhere, then join in.
Will do. All right, guys. See you. All right.
So Jeff, now you have to sort out the adapter from the Manfrotto to I ordered it. So
well, there is I did not order it yet. If you want now you're going to make me go to my B&H queue again, which is fine. I got more stuff on my computer than you probably have on yours right now. So it takes, I gotta keep, I'm doing this. I'm like, it's like having an electronic Ouija board. I just keep moving the things around, but let me go to B&H quick. I did not order it yet. That guy I've talked about, and now of course I don't remember his name, who did a lot of good videos on the on tripod heads.
Scott
Keys.
Exactly. Okay.
So he he gave me I wrote to him and I asked him, what do you recommend for an adapter to go from the Manfrotto plate to the Arca Swiss plate? and I have to
I did mine on the cheap.
log in here, and then it should be in my. It's probably either in my cart or in my saved. Of course. When I'm looking for it, I can't find it. This is like so typical. So typical. Oh man. Well, I can't. I will look while we are talking
don't
on
worry,
this.
don't worry. I mean,
But
I
I'll send you an email when I find it, because he did send me a part number of one,
okay.
and it wasn't real expensive. It was less than $100. It was
Okay.
around $100.
So how do you use it now?
Oh, I'm just using it with I just have the Manfrotto plate on the 800 PF, and that's how I'm using it.
Oh, okay.
You know, but
Because
you could
Hickman
buy
lamp.
the Arca Swiss adapter.
Oh,
It's probably between 100 and 100. The good one that has a longer knob that makes it easier to tighten it up.
True.
Probably like $129 or something. But I will find it for you before the end of the show.
That's all right. That's
and
right.
let you know what it is.
I put the order when I get it, because
I
I definitely don't want to be messing up with putting a Manfrotto on my. I mean, remember I changed all my foot in all the lenses, so they only have Arca Swiss, so it had to be. But that's good. Thank you.
John's taking off. He's going to have lunch. Boy, I'll tell you, when you say you have to have lunch when you're on the live stream here, that causes me great stomach cramps.
Hey, you've already had your dinner, right?
Yeah, I had a very early dinner today. Yes.
Don't be snacking.
You know, I've got a bag of pretzel rods next to me, but I have not dived into them yet. I don't have the Chuck bag of peanut M&Ms to munch on either.
All right, so next week, let me see what I can do. If I got good internet at the hotel, I'll show you what it's like out the window or something. Okay.
That's
right.
the Nepal one?
Huh?
From Nepal.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So let's see if it's not. It'll be like, I think 7 a.m. in the morning instead of 9. So yeah, not too bad. It's only 2-hour difference. Guys.
But hey, yeah, I won't be on. I'll put a reminder up again.
Oh, that's right, 9:30.
9:30 next Saturday, folks. It's 9:30 that we're going to be on, not at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I do have
you guys.
An engagement I have to attend. So.
All right, don't take any wooden nickels.
I have a wooden nickel somewhere in the house, actually.
I know.
A real one.
I'm still waiting to see it.
I'll find it and show it to you. Because I'm not lying.
I know. All right. See you guys.
Take it easy.
Bye, Roy, Gustavo.
But enjoy your travels, John. So let me try to find that information. Some other stuff. Well, let me jump to a few other things here.
Yeah, we can do that later. Let's continue with the.
Viltrox has 8% off their 27 millimeter f1.2 Pro APS-C prime lens for the Fujifilm Z mount lens for Fujifilm cameras. If you use the coupon code Fuji Rumors, you save 8% on that lens, the 27 millimeter f1.2 Pro APS-C for the Fujifilm cameras. And the what else do I have about Fuji? Because I did a little bit of. Oh, this is an interesting story. This was an interesting story. Fujifilm has just decided to throw a lot of money, about $30 million US, into what the Fujifilm CEO called their new gold mine, which is the Instax, INSTAX, Instax instant film product line.
Mm.
And the funny thing is, so they're gonna create new facilities to make more film, and this was just when both Polaroid and Fuji was going to go out of business in making that type of film, and Polaroid pulled the plug first. So now instead of Fuji not making that type of film, they push their chips on the table, and they're going to increase their production of that type of film because Polaroid is pulling out of that business for the instant film production. So Fuji's deciding to roll the dice and say, well, if we're the only game in town, demand's going to go up, and we're going to invest $30 million US.
Which is not much for a big company like Fuji, correct? So it makes sense.
Yeah. But it's funny because it says it happened just as Polaroid, they were both not necessarily knowing what one or the other one was going to do, but they were both getting ready to kill that product line at the same time. But Polaroid did it first, and because Polaroid did it first, Fuji's going to throw some money in the hat and make more of their film. So
and that format is like a Polaroid, like square.
Yeah, it's the film. It's spelled INSTAX. I guess it's a instant developing film, like you'd have on a Polaroid old Polaroid SX70 or whatever. But Fuji has an inexpensive line of plastic cameras, basically, that do use this instant film, and I guess so now they're doubling down and going to make more of it.
And sure, Roy has used those too.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, that's,
by the way, talking about a Polaroid, that was an interesting story from Franz Lanting, and I'm sure Roy will relate to that one because he I don't know if you heard the story when he said that when he was in assignment for Nat Geo, correct, and he was using Belvia and all these rolls of film which he had to mail back to when he was in one of those expeditions, correct. The only way that he could confirm that he was doing the right thing, that every now and then he will take up a Polaroid and take a shot, correct? And that's what so he was because they had to prepare like a storyline, correct? So while he was in assignment, he was building his storyline using the Polaroids, correct? And at the same time that he was mailing the film back to the headquarters in Washington, okay? So that's again the kind of thing that all film photographers have to do for what we now take for granted. Check that my stuff is here. Right?
Still got film in it, I just noticed.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to drag you over here.
Is that a back?
So that's a Polaroid film back
for the Hasselblad. I think this one's the V though. Yeah, that's for the V.
Okay.
500 series. But still got film in it. How'd that happen?
You may have an award-winning shot in there and you don't even know it.
It doesn't develop till you pull it out.
but Roy, those the Polaroids that we have, as a snapshot cameras, and I never liked the way they reproduce. Correct, so I don't know
pictures, but
exactly. So
a rough idea of the exposure and what you're getting, but the contrast was too dramatic, and it never looked good on Polaroid. But it's good. It's the only way you could see what you're doing.
Exactly, and for him it makes sense because he was building a story, correct? So he could write. I think the wife was the writer, so they were writing the story as they were going along of what they are seeing, correct?
I think I found the Polaroid enough. Yeah. I better not show that one. You don't want to see that one.
Okay.
I found a pile of them the other day.
I remember my cousin owning a SX70 camera, And they had, I think they had a few different styles of them, different price points. And they had one that had a real nice, real leather, leather on the camera body and around the top, when you folded it. It was really a nice looking camera. I mean, it was actually at the time when it came out, it was pretty expensive for a what would be a point and shoot camera.
Exactly.
It was not cheap. I mean, it was probably like 100. I mean, we're going back decades ago. I mean, it was probably like $120 or $130 for this camera, which was really expensive back then.
I think we have a good comment there from Real Nikon Lover talking about Polaroid. But what was funny is all these people checking those Polaroids to try to develop. And did the checking matter, or it was just a placebo thing, Roy?
You're just checking your exposure and your framing.
No, but we're talking about the people. I remember my family, correct? People that have Polaroid, they get it out, and then they start checking that little, waiting
Some
for
of them had to be shaken. Some just come out already squeezed together.
Exactly, just trying to develop it somehow.
Yeah.
But there's a new Polaroid camera just been released, I believe. It's about $600 US. All the hipsters.
But they're telling there's not going to be more film.
I think there's Instax and that, which is something I've never used. But on the medium format, you had the FP100s.
Okay.
And FP100Cs, and all my medium formats have got Polaroid backs, just to see what you're doing.
Fuji will probably just make the film for anything that fulfills the void of anything that Polaroid's not going to make anymore. They'll probably just create their own film to go into the Polaroid brand. And
I've got a dozen or so packs in the fridge still. Polaroid.
I never, and I know that's the kind of thing that Jeff, that you like to do, never kind of investigated, I don't know, call it research, but read about how that film, what is the chemistry that leads to that film to work. So that would be an interesting subject when you get one of the Polaroid camera and you do one of your old camera review to get into that kind of what was the magic, correct, about those.
It's amazing to watch.
Exactly. Yeah, I never owned one of those. My mom had cheaper Polaroid cameras that were the type that you had to pull out. They were black and white too. You had to pull out and shake them and then peel it apart.
Exactly.
And that's what I had used. I never had like the SX70 where basically you hit the button, the thing just went spit the thing out, and you just put it on the table and you just watched it, and it just my cousin loved it. He was always taking pictures.
Love it too. And
yeah,
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, the problem is when you talk about all albums, that when people used to make albums, all those Polaroids, when you watch them now, I mean, we talk about film not preserving well. Those Polaroid images are not good anymore after 30, 40 years.
Well, what's amazing is the old black and white photos. Black and white photos seem to hold up a lot better than color.
Yes,
color do. I'm probably not wording that right, but I mean, I could find. I have photos that my dad took when he was in Hawaii during World War II.
Mm-hmm.
That are black and white. That look like he took them last week. I mean, they're real small. Okay, well, like probably 3.5 by 5s, maybe. I'm guessing 3.5 by 5s, and they look fantastic. And they're like 90 years old.
Exactly.
It's crazy how good some people have pictures of their great grandparents from the in the early 1900s, and they're black and white and they still look good.
Once they're printed, they last a long time. The old celluloid film doesn't last though.
But it's just amazing. And then I think I mentioned on one show, God, you think of all the stuff that you probably already talked about, is I had my wife and I had paid for someone to take some photos of our children when they were very small. Not infants. Like one might have been, a year old or a year and a half, and the other one was like maybe 3 years old. But anyway, they were taken as black and white photos, but he did the old colorizing method by hand to make them look like they were color. And he was up in age, and he was kind of like getting ready to retire and not do that anymore. And he just made a passing comment. He says, if you know anybody that wants to learn how to do this, I'm willing to teach them, because there aren't very many people that do this anymore. And I thought about it for a minute, but at the time, I think I was working 2 jobs, and I figured I would never have the time to spend to learn it. But of course, years later, you say to yourself, I wish I had taken him up on that offer and learned how to do it. It would have been really cool. Fel is just joined us, super late editing photos. Oh yeah, I know what that's like, boy. I tell you, when I get behind, like let's say 2 or 3 days worth of shooting, I start sweating really bad because I know I'm going to be living on that computer for all day, for a couple days, going through them and throwing stuff out and tweaking things, and oh my God, it's such a pain. I don't so much enjoy that part of it anymore, because I do take a fair amount of photos every week, and it's like sometimes when I have a week where the weather doesn't cooperate, I almost gives me a chance to catch my breath, because I get to catch up on everything,
I think real Nikon lover says that his mom used to do colorization.
Yeah, Fal's asking which CF Express card recommend for the Z8. Just got a ProGrade. ProGrade is fine. ProGrade was one of the first Nikon recommended CFEB cards for the Z9 when the Z9 came out, and I use them, and I have no problem. Or you got Delkin Black.
Exactly, that's the same you have, Dave.
I have the ProGrade Cobalt series.
Here it is.
And I have. Let me move. Hold that up again, Gustavo. I'm going to put you on the. There you go. They're great cards. I use it too. Yeah.
And
Roy, which one do you got here? Let me.
That's a 64 one. I got a pile of those. What am I doing here? Not focusing today. I must have it on manual focus.
Yeah, it's not focusing.
Yeah, but, that ProGrade is fantastic, and for me, 325 is great.
Yeah, that's what I have. 322, 325s, and
I bought a whole pile of 64s, so I'm stuck with them.
And then I think I bought, because they were on sale, I think I might have bought a couple of 120. I don't know what it was, a 128s or something. I bought a couple smaller ones just to have in a emergency. If I ran out of space for some reason, I bought a couple because they were a good price. B&H had a good sale or whatever, so I bought a couple of smaller ones. But they're just stored for backup or emergency use if I need them. I've never had a card go bad. Have you ever had a card go bad, Roy?
Not yet. I know that Lexar had problems with the early ones. They had compatibility problems. But I've never seen a bad XQD or CFE card yet.
Yeah. Fel, you made a good choice. You don't have to worry about that card. Let's put it that way. I've
probably got about 20 or 30 of them.
Well, the only one I think that some people, I think David Moots had a problem with a few of the Angel Bird brand ones that he had bought that had to get that he did get replacements for. So, yeah, I mean, I just kind of took, when I first got the Z9, I just said, I'm going to buy what Nikon is recommending in their
Same here.
paperwork, because if that's what they're basing their specs on with the camera and the performance of the camera with brand A, B, and C, then I'm going to buy brand A, B, or C. And now since then, you've got probably at least 10 or more other manufacturers making those cards, but you have to be careful because it's it's not the maximum ratings that matter. It's the sustained speed that's critical.
The writing speed, not the reading speed.
If you're shooting 20 frames per second raw images, you have to have that sustained write speed. Has to be sustained, not just says we're on the outside of the card where it says, oh, it'll do a maximum of this and a maximum of that read and write speed. That doesn't matter. It's the maximum sustained write speed. So don't get caught up in that trick, because you could get away with getting the lower cost cards for video, but it is not necessarily going to work out good for you if you use them for your still photography, if you shoot high frames per second.
And I also pick a couple of the Delkin Black when I think Phil is talking about that. When they did in Thanksgiving, they did some special selling of the good Delkin Black.
Yeah.
Also 325 that actually came with the free reader.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good strategy, Phil. Wait for the special to come in Thanksgiving, and then you can buy another card.
That was, I think that was last Christmas, wasn't it?
Christmas, Thanksgiving, one of those, but
Thanksgiving, between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But afterwards, I bought another one just because I wanted to have a second one, and also came with the reader for free.
Yeah, and those readers are, hey, if you get a free reader, I mean, a lot of readers, if you buy them, they're at least $100.
A good one.
If you get it for free, you're saving yourself $100 right there.
Well, and that's another thing. Talking about the trips and tribulation, correct? I can tell you a story. One time, I went to Yellowstone to that cabin that sometimes we rent, and I arrived there because I didn't do my checklist, and I show up there without a reader. All right. So having a second reader and putting in your camera bag is a good thing, rather than
cable.
Yeah. So I brought computer and everything, the laptop, no reader. So.
Yeah, that's it is so easy to forget stuff, and we've all done it. You forget you forget to bring some microfiber cloths to wipe off your camera body. You think about bringing stuff to wipe off your lenses,
or the battery charger.
But you don't think about bringing stuff to wipe off your camera body.
Exactly. The battery charger. I also did a trip with a battery charger locally there. I could order one and get it delivered to the hotel, but it wasn't a bind. So I told you that I gave you that. That's kind of
your tribulation.
My tribulation, but also my tip is the equipment that I use every day is in the bag. And I work out of the bag. I got the closet for the thing that I don't use, but I work out of the bag, or maybe a bag and a half, because I want to make sure that everything is in there.
This is a real B&H birthday story.
Yeah.
We've been known for our customers.
And you're getting a commercial too now?
See, I should pretend that I get sponsored by B&H.
Exactly.
And play some of their commercials and say, And Photo Talk with Jeff Neville was brought to you by. I think I would get in a lot of trouble though.
Exactly.
The okay, here you go. I got the part number for you, Gustavo.
Okay.
It's $125. It's a Kirk 4.2 inch quick release clamp with extended knob. B&H, it costs $125. It's the manufacturer part number is QRC 4.2EX, and that you mount on top of the Manfrotto plate that comes with the tripod head. And then that
QRC
4.2EK. And it's a Kirk 4.2 inch quick release clamp with extended knob.
Okay.
And I'm going to add it to my cart while I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, I'm actually doing it here.
And yeah, so that's the one he recommends because he says you get the one with the extended knob. It makes it a lot easier because sometimes you have other knobs, that are on the fluid head that get in the way. And, if you have the short knob, it's hard to get your finger in there or whatever. So he recommended the extended knob. So for $125, you mount it on the plate that comes with the fluid head. And now you can just use your Arca Swiss feet on your lenses and just put it right on the fluid head. And that's what I need to do. I just hadn't gotten around to buying it yet, so I was just using the Manfrotto plate on my 800. But I do want to change it to the Arca Swiss, and I don't quite understand why Manfrotto doesn't take advantage of the fact that a lot of people have Arca Swiss feet and just make their own adapter plate so that people are buying it from them instead of somebody else and make a little extra money. I don't quite understand that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why have people go to a third party to buy an adapter? You make it yourself and market it under your own brand, and people will probably just buy it at the same time they're buying your tripod. Buying your tripod head.
Exactly. No, I agree. It's the same situation with why they don't put Arca Swiss on the lenses, right? They're giving these third-party manufacturers some opportunity here to make some additional money that they can make themselves.
I wonder if it's just some kind of
copyright or
unwritten backdoor deal or something they got going on with these guys. I just don't quite get it.
I don't get it either.
Yeah, I just placed the order right now too. The heck with procrastinating.
Exactly.
It's just while we're talking about it, and I looked it up, might as well just take care of business, as they say. So we're Gustavo and I are spending money while we are in the live stream. So if you want to spend money with us, then go on your favorite camera store and just buy some stuff.
Yeah,
we'll start a trend.
That's what can you sponsor when people are in the show. This is like what is a home shopping channel for camera.
Oh my God, yeah.
They're so annoying.
Yes, I hate that. Yes, definitely. But I do love the tips here. I think Greg is going to be buying that pretty soon too.
Yeah, I think it's you have to. I mean, I got so many either replacement foots and or attached Arca Swiss plates on the foots that I could not afford to just buy a bunch of Manfrotto plates and put that on all the feet. It would cost me a small fortune.
Yeah. Ah, okay. No, I like those. I mean, not convenience, but basically being able to switch. I told you that in all my tripods, I have those uh, real right stuff. Uh, that allows you to change the head uh, and dove plates. Correct.
Yeah.
That for me is invaluable because I take a tripod. I want to change from this head to this other head. I can change it. Correct. So quickly.
See what we're causing on this show? People are going to go out and spend money. So we're costing Wayne money. I got Greg to buy the same fluid head that I bought and spend some money. So I tell my friends I'm good at spending your money.
Hey, we need Mossman here to prevent. Don't buy that yet. Don't buy that yet.
Oh, he does keep me out of some serious trouble. He does, but I don't know when. I don't know how long I'll be waiting for for the 180 to 600. But you know what? Be honest with you, I'm not like I'm not at that point where it affects my ability to get what I want to get.
Exactly.
It would just make certain things a lot more convenient at times.
We can be patient with this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I don't get it for a month, I don't get it for a month. I'm not gonna cry on my live stream. And
now the people that are actually still on the 200 to 500, I can understand they can get more anxious to get it here. Correct? Probably Bob is more.
Well, Bob said he's budgetarily wise, he's going to wait till next year, but he is going to get it.
Okay.
He is going to get it. And to me, just the reduced throw to do the zoom range alone makes it worth switching.
Well, I mean, Roy knows that lens, which I still have, correct? Which is one of those that I'm going to get.
Yep.
There
you go.
Roy, so for instance, remember that 200 to 400 f4 zoom, which was an excellent zoom.
That's as much as it throws.
Exactly. But that 200 to 400 f4 that you like, and I like as well.
I like that as well, but it's a very big, heavy lens.
Oh, that one to get from 200 to 400 is like 3 full, revolutions. The quality was excellent, but the getting the focal length that you wanted, wow. So definitely the two characteristics that I like about that lens is definitely the short. Exactly.
And the throw on this is enormous.
Exactly. It's like
at least not too bad, actually. It's probably about the same as a 180 to 600.
Or maybe that generation. Mine used to drive me crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily think about that when you initially bought. I mean, when I bought the 2 to 5 originally, I bought it because I wanted to do wildlife, and that's all I could afford. That's what I could afford to start with. And I got great shots with it, and it is for the money, just like the 180 to 600. It's going to be the best value lens for wildlife sports that you could buy.
It's really going to be a big hit.
Yeah.
All birders and wildlife and sports people are going to want
it. And also the other characteristic, Roy, do some photo for us and show it next time. Is what I like is for children butterflies and insects, because it has a 600 millimeters, and even if you can put the 1.4 converter,
yes,
with that short focusing distance, it's not a macro, but it's very close to be a good reproduction rate. Okay.
So Wayne's leaving the chat, so we'll say goodbye to Wayne. He's taking off. Thank you, Wayne, for popping on the panel for a while and being in the chat. Appreciate it.
the 180-600 is not as good at getting close to things. You got 1.3 to 2.3 meters only. The 100 to 400 is much better at getting close.
Oh yeah, I know, but still, a 600 millimeter.
Yeah.
That's a lot of magnification.
It is. But I can always put a extension ring on it.
Yeah, I haven't bought any extension tubes for the Z's camera. That would be.
I have a set of Kenkos that I bought for the. I don't use them that often, but I do have the set of the 3 different size tubes, the Kenko, which are very common for the Z mount.
One of the first things I bought was the extension tubes because there wasn't any macro lenses yet.
Yeah. Wayne says he's got to go because he's got to spend some money because of me.
I know,
I'm gonna start getting death threats in my email saying my wife threatened to kill me because I spent X amount on camera gear and I blamed you, so I'm giving you a warning that my wife knows where you live or something like that. I'll start getting those kind of emails,
Like Phil was saying that you are becoming an influencer.
Oh no, I don't think I'm worthy as an influencer, but I'm not. I only tend to. I talk well of stuff that I've actually used and tried out.
Exactly.
And it doesn't mean there isn't something out there that's better or just as good made by somebody else. So that's just something I want to throw out there. That all I do is if I haven't used it, I could spit out specs like any guy on YouTube, but I don't really. I can talk about gear or talk about stuff and say, if you go by the specs, this might be better than that. But I don't actually if I was going to say, give it the Jeff Neville seal of approval. I have to own it, buy it with my own money and use it and like it and be happy with it.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, that's actually one of the things that we like in this type of conversation, because the advice that we receive and we give is out of experience. Not there is no commercial interest here on any of this. Because if you tell me, hey, I tried this and it works, or like we were talking about those Leo photo tripods, you may save somebody some headaches and maybe some money too.
Yeah, and we don't. None of us. We are not sponsored by anybody. We don't get any money from anybody. Our opinions are our own and based on working knowledge of what we've personally used.
Exactly.
And that's not to diss anything out there that we have not used.
Exactly.
Proto tripods because they're nicely well made, but I don't like the heads.
No, that's what I need.
One tripod I use more than any other. It's the worst one I own.
Hey, Jeff, you should put the description of that adapter here on the chat. So
this is the worst tripod I own.
That listen to this afterwards.
It's got this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the pistol grip ball head. Oh, you did find one. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
I've had this for many years, but it's not the Manfrotto one. And it's a terrible tripod, but I love the grip. It's so fast. It saves so much time.
I think those pistol grips came into fashion in the 90s.
Yeah.
I've
probably had that since then.
We're dating ourselves here that we even know. You know what it is. I mean, talk to somebody that's 20 years old. They're hanging, huh? What?
But that's just so quick to reset the focus.
But they still make those, correct? I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Manfrotto still does make some.
Yeah, I'm sure that they are much better now.
It's a Vanguard tripod, I think. It's really terrible, but the joints are terrible. The head's terrible, but I love the grip, pistol grip.
I like this comment by Albert. Yeah, it's amazing how now that we're older, we either have bought old stuff that we could afford to buy that we could never. I remember when I was probably when Hasselblad started coming out with digital cameras, I remember looking in, Popular Photography or Modern Photography, and whatever their sensor size was like $1,000 per megapixel. So when they had a 30 megapixel sensor, it was a $30,000 camera, not including the lens. It was $30,000. And I would be looking at that in the magazines, and then all the reviews would be, oh my God, it's a fantastic medium camera. It's super good, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, who the heck, I'm saying to myself as a kid, or youngster, I'm like, who the heck has $30,000 to buy a camera body? Oh man, I was freaking out when I saw how much they were, But yeah, now you could go buy a used Mamiya or what I have behind me here, a used Rolleiflex or something like that that's in really good shape.
That's the one you're talking about.
What one's that one, Roy?
That's the Hasselblad H.
Ah, okay.
And that's my macro lens.
Wow. So that was when that first came out. It was how much money?
Well, I think the camera's about 20 grand then, and the lens was about 12 grand.
Wow.
So they're not cheap.
Oh, definitely a professional tool, correct? So
Yeah.
But I wouldn't recommend medium format to most people because it's slow and clumsy, and you have to work with it. A 35mm equivalent full frame camera is much more practical and very close to the same quality these days.
Yeah.
Fel says, what are you saying here? Companies might start sending me gear. Lots of laugh. I got a story about that. I actually had two companies try to get me to, I had two companies that offered to send me stuff to review. And at that time, I had only started doing video with the Z9. I was not, shooting video all the time. Like pretty much every time I go out now, I make a point of having a handful of video content and a lot of stills when the subject presents itself, but in the beginning, I mean, I was very sporadic with doing the video stuff. So I had a few places contact me that wanted to send me gear for that was primarily for video. And I was to be honest with you, I was humbled that anybody would, my little channel, which doesn't really have, I don't even have 400 subscribers on my channel. I'm like, gee, you want to send me something, but then I actually politely declined because I felt at that time that I probably did not have the time or even the working knowledge at that point in time to be able to thoroughly evaluate their product to where I would feel comfortable, getting it and then providing feedback within a very short period of time, doing a video on it, yada, yada, yada. So I just declined. But I don't have a line of people that want to send me anything for any reason. But I did have a few. I was humbled by it, but I turned it down. And the same thing is with a lot of people that do the reviews. It would be on the condition of being able to freely state whatever my opinion was, whether it was good, bad, or indifferent about anything that anybody wanted to send me. I would not get bought off because you're offering to let me keep it. That you're going to be getting a great review because because you're saying, oh, you could keep it if you want to. No, no. If I ever get into that setup, I will say what I think. You got to deal with the consequences. Let's see.
So Fel is asking you a question there.
Do you wish you would have taken that chance to review that product? No, it wasn't the right time for me to do it. If I had the opportunity now, I might do it, but it would have to be, like I say, it would be strict language in terms of making sure there was a good understanding of, well, what were your expectations that you expect out of me, and what my feelings are about being an unbiased reviewer and being able to say honestly what I think, what good or bad about your product. That's the key thing. You don't want to be in somebody's pocket. I would never want to be in somebody's pocket.
Well, and the best review is one that intercept well with the type of photography you do. Correct? If you get to do something that is not, for the type of photography you do, it's not going to be a
There
good
we
review.
go. Look at that
That's the 500 cm. And there's the Polaroid back that goes with it.
Now, are those backs easy to put on?
Very. They just mount like a normal back. This one hasn't got any film in it though.
But Roy, I mean, remember even on my F3, correct? In all the film cameras, you could take the back, but it was fiddly. That's what Jeff is alluding to. You needed to get that, like the hinge, to get it, unless they did something afterwards that make it easy for. I don't think it was like you can snap it and very quickly, correct? You still need
the
to
back goes on as quickly as a lens.
Okay, but that's different to, let's say, the back of the old film, or the type of old film cameras I used to have, correct? Like the F3 was.
These are the old film cameras. The backs go on and off as quickly as a lens does.
Okay.
Yeah, because you used to have to pull pins out, pull out the.
Oh, you've got to take out the dark slide.
Yeah.
Which looks like, I haven't got one in that one. That's your dark slide.
Okay.
That protects the film from exposure while you change backs.
Okay, so they were designed in that fashion.
Yeah, I mean that's similar to you could buy 120 film backs for the old bellows cameras made in the old plate cameras made in the early 1900s. Some of them would have 120 rollbacks that you could put on them. And that was the same thing. You had a black aluminum shield that came down that protected the film.
Mm.
Yeah.
And then when you were ready to take the picture, you either pulled it out, or what I do, I have a little mark with like an ink pen, ink paint. So I know how high I can pull it up without pulling it out where it's not in the image. And then that way I could take the picture and just push it right back down again.
If the film slide was in, I wouldn't be able to do this. They don't fire without taking out the film slide, the black slide.
No, I think at one time I mentioned that when that you learn talking about not having film in your camera, correct?
Yeah.
When we're having one camera, I learned, and I used to do it very quickly, correct? It's taking in a roll of 36 slides, correct? Take 10, but I wanted to have now ISO 400. So I will rewind that one, knowing that I have only 10 exposure, put another film, put that one back, and then already wind and expose film, correct? So I used to do that regularly, correct? Because you only have one camera body, talking about, you work with equipment you have, one camera body, but you wanted to have different ISO film. And then
That's what's good about medium format. You just change the back.
Exactly, but I of course, as an amateur, I didn't have that, so I have to, you make notes in your canister and say, okay, there is 10 already exposed on this one, and then you expose now and then next time you advance into the frame 11. Never had problem with that.
Never had a problem with that because I used the whole film.
Yeah, but
Fel has a good comment here. People complain about the heat, which I did this year. 100 feels like 108, 115 with the humidity. Then fall and winter comes and they don't want to go out because it's cold. You guys shoot in cold weather. Absolutely. And you would think in Myrtle Beach it doesn't get cold. Well, I got news for you. I visited Myrtle Beach for 30 years before I ever moved down here, and I was always here. Obviously I went raising my children, and we'd come down here for vacation, so we had to come down when it was school break. So we were down here in July and August, and then so in my mind, it's like, oh, it never gets cold in Myrtle Beach. Well, when I moved down here, that's not true. If I go to the area I call the Causeway, which is the main road going into the park that I take most of my pictures at, you have the breeze coming across from the ocean going right across that road. So in the wintertime, I'm wearing a heavy winter coat. I'm wearing insulated pants. And sometimes I have long johns underneath the insulate. You'd think I'm going to Alaska. Insulated pants, wool socks, insulated boots, insulated gloves, even a hat with rabbit fur, cover my ears when it's really wind is really whipping, and a heavy coat, and hand warmers as well at times, because it can be, with the wind, it could be 10 degrees. It could be 10 degrees Fahrenheit. For temperatures for normal people, Fahrenheit, 10 degrees. But which is cold, because if you're standing there for 4 hours, 5 hours in 10-degree weather, you're not wearing a sweatshirt and a pair of jogging pants. You gotta dress like you're going to Yellowstone National Park. I mean,
you have to be comfortable.
Yeah. But I like, you get different, and I don't have to tell anybody that shoots wildlife, this, different times of year, attracts different types of birds, different migratory patterns. The ducks will show up in the fall and the wintertime. The swans, your eagles become more active when in the fall. The eagles show up more. You got birds rebuilding their nests. Eagles are usually rebuilding their nests down here in the fall, because usually we have a tropical storm or something that passes through. It wipes out their nest. And then, in the fall, they start thinking about, I guess we better rebuild the nest, because they're going to have their babies like in February or January, February timeframe. Roughly, where they start thinking about having young. So they don't have a lot of time to rebuild the nest. So there is activity that goes on in the cooler temperatures that make it worthwhile going out in the cold.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. We don't get, Roy. Yeah, that's one thing I miss about being a New England boy, is I do miss the fall colors. I miss the fall colors a lot.
We don't get them at all here.
Here you have mostly pine trees. You don't get much color here at all. You'd have a hard time finding it. There's not much that has color.
There's a few transplanted trees here, but most trees don't turn coloured during autumn.
Well, do you many years ago, it was funny, I read an article. Let's go back 20 years or so. at one time, everybody was leaving New England. They were moving to Arizona. Okay, everybody's moving to Arizona. Oh, it's dry heat. There's no humidity. It's dry heat. 100 degrees. And the dry heat is not that bad. You don't have the humidity. People start flocking down to. Oh, you don't have nobody has allergies down there. That type of thing. Well, of course, people in general are their own worst enemies. So, people from New England over the last, decades now, we're talking decades, they moved to an area that basically you're lucky if you had grass in your yard, instead of just rocks or whatever. So of course, they come from New England and they go, well, gee, I'm used to having grass. I'm used to having these kinds of plants. They start bringing in non-native species of plants. And then, 10, 15 years later, after the big, everybody moved down there, everybody's complaining that their allergies came back. Well, their allergies came back because they introduced all the same plant life that they had where they used to have allergies when they lived in New England, and they went and planted all those same plants in Arizona. Now they got the allergies. They couldn't figure out why. And finally somebody figured it out and said, well, you created your own problem. You had the problem where you used to live. You moved where you wouldn't have allergies, and now you made it so you have them again.
Trying to be introduced, a herd of deer came into the garden couple of weeks ago, and it scared the daylights out of me. What are these funny things?
You're expecting kangaroos, and then you got deer.
I'm used to kangaroos and wallabies and echidnas and everything like that, and lots of birds. But deer, what are they doing coming in my garden?
Now, are the kangaroos?
Mostly wallabies.
Are they aggressive?
No, only the male one. The big males get aggressive in mating season. That's about it. They're very placid, stupid animals.
So
they like to stand in the middle of the road at night when the car's coming along and get hit by cars. My son-in-law lost his car that way. Kangaroo decided to destroy it for him.
That's why you have those big bumpers, correct, in the cars.
Call them rhubars.
Exactly.
I think you call them bull bars in America, but because of the kangaroos. You hit one of them, it bounces off the bonnet and goes straight through your windscreen.
Wow.
And in my home country, my old home country, Venezuela, they used to call it mataburros, which is kill donkeys, because it was the donkeys that was trouble in the roads, correct?
Well, we've got kangaroos everywhere.
Yeah.
Deadly to cars.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Now, in places like Canada, and that can be very dangerous, and Alaska, the problem is the moose, okay? Because and the moose is significantly heavier than any kangaroo, and because they are tall, correct? Then even these roller bars don't work, because a lot of people in Alaska get killed in Canada because you hit with a car a moose, you hit it in the legs, but the bulk of the body is at the windshield height, right? So it's a big problem.
Yeah, it's like you chop it off at the knees, but the body rolls across the hood and goes through your windshield and kills you.
Exactly.
Antlers go through and kill you.
Exactly.
Yeah, real Nikon lover. This is true. Cold sea air penetrates even in 50-degree weather. It's like I used to ride a motorcycle, not as much as my friend Bob from Bob Our Photos. He was a diehard motorcyclist. He rode in the winter, hundreds of mile journeys type of thing on the motorcycle in the wintertime, in the snow, didn't matter. He had the heated pants and the heated vest and the heated, gloves and all that stuff. I never did that, but the thing is, even if it was in the fall, when you're going 65 miles an hour on a motorcycle, and it's and you get out of your house before you get on the bike, and let's say it's 40 degrees or 45 degrees, and in your mind you go, well, that isn't too bad. Well, when you're going 65 miles an hour on a motorcycle when it's 45 degrees, it ain't no 45 degrees anymore.
I
Exactly.
remember reaching down to the exhaust to put your hands on the exhaust to warm them up.
You know, yeah, it's and it's like that when you're taking pictures. I mean, you're doing, you know, wildlife shots. Lots of times you got to stay in one spot for a while, and you got to let the subject come to you, and you're waiting, and you're not necessarily moving much at all. So you're just standing there, and you got a wind chill 10 degrees, 14 degrees, and you're not moving. I'm sorry, you're getting cold. You're getting cold. You know, you're somewhere where you're walking through the snow. You're not going to be quite as cold. You're expending energy, you're generating heat, you're moving, you know, but when you're not moving, you're just freezing.
Well, even here.
Yeah, Fell comes up with a comment here. Tired of using ND filters, just uses lens hood.
I still use polarizers, but
yeah,
all the other filters are still in the box.
Yeah, I use polarizers, and I use clear filters in the early morning if I'm on the beach and I'm worrying about salt spray or sand.
Or
I'll
stone.
protect the lens of the camera. I will ruin the filter before I ruin my my element on my lens.
You can scrub a UV filter to death, but you don't want to do that with your lens.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about the neutral density filter. I think I need to check that one, but I think in one of the videos from Hudson Henry, he was talking that because I think they are going to do some eclipse photography, that they were using an ND filter that is cut, that is 16 stops ND filter.
For the sun, you need that.
I didn't know those existed.
Yeah. The trouble is, cheap ND filters have got a color cast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you got to be willing. You're not buying a good one for $50 or $60. You're paying you're paying $300, $400 or more for the good one.
Polarizers.
Yeah.
But 16 stop, that's a lot. I mean,
is.
I mean, certainly color cast when you're photographing an eclipse or sunspot, doesn't matter. You can always correct the color cast, whatever.
Best not to have in the first place, though.
Yeah, provided the quality of the glass is good, any color cast will not be a problem. But
variable NDs are just two polarizers turning on each other.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, it seems like I've. Sometimes you throw stuff away you shouldn't throw away. I'm trying to remember the. At some point, I need to get like a 3-stop ND to slide into the 800. You know, like in the front. I mean, in the rear of the lens, because that's just enough to cover me when I don't want to. When it's like 3 hours after sunrise, it's too bright out to do the video with the white birds, and you can't stop down the lens enough to compensate for the highlights being too.
ND filters are more a video thing than a stills.
Too hot, yeah. So you need something like that for video, depending on how. That's why usually if I'm doing a video, I'm doing it when it's too dark. When it's too dark to do the photos, you know what I mean? When I first get there, the first hour, I might be shooting video because I'm not stopping. I'm shooting. If I'm shooting 4K 120, I'm at 250th of a second shutter speed, and I'm I got auto ISO set up, and I stop it down as I need to. But if I'm shooting like early in the morning, I could be shooting not necessarily wide open, but maybe I'm shooting at f8.
Slip in filters.
Yeah.
Love
But if I wait until 2 hours after the sun comes up, I can have that lens stopped all the way down, and I'm still gonna have a hard time. So that's another investment down the road. Rome wasn't built in a day. I can't do everything all at once, but slowly but surely, eventually, I might actually be able to say, okay, I don't want to even say the word to say, yeah, I'm done, because we're the worst people to ever say that. We're never done, but
I'm pretty close, I think.
I
might get some new extension filters, extension rings though. There's a Viltrox and they're not good. I only got the Viltrox because they were out first. I should have got
NDs?
No, these are just extension rings. I was just thinking about them, why I bought them.
Yeah, Black Friday starting October now. Best time to invest. Yeah. Yeah, I do not even want to tabulate what I've spent in the last 2 years. Oh my God.
I haven't spent as much as I used to because I can't. I'm semi-retired.
Yeah. Halloween starts in September now. Yeah.
So, Jeff, any progress on your investigation about the fish kill?
Oh, my last video. I'll tell you, I was very, very nervous about doing that video. I really was, because there are certain businesses that donate money to support the park, or do advertising for the park. And the park and the photographers, and I find it foolish that they seem to dislike us so much because we voice our opinions. Some of us voice our opinions and they don't like that. And I find it foolish on their part that they're not willing to just talk to us, or talk to us at all, really. And what happens is some of these advertisers will literally, they might have a website or a Facebook page or something like that, and they'll say, "Oh, the photographers are attacking the park again through social media," and they'll be aggressive against the photographers. And the park, will say that too. Oh, the photographers are picking on us again. The photographers are doing this to us again.
Wow.
And you just shake your head, because it's like they have a Facebook page. I've never gone on it. They have a Facebook page where people download photos of what they take in the park, and people go to that Facebook page, and it gets people to go to their park.
Of course.
And it's all pictures that the photographers have taken. So the photographers are giving them free advertising. The photographers are promoting the park when the park is being managed well, and you're having a good variety of wildlife, and things are on the up and up and going well. We're the first ones to say, "Yeah, man, you don't want to miss this. Come on down and get some shots and stuff like that." But the minute you squawk, then you're the enemy. It's just ridiculous. They're getting free advertising from us, and then they want to kind of stick the knife in our back. And it's like, we're just calling out the facts, man. That's it. That's the facts.
Well, and I tell you,
but I was nervous about it. I was really, I don't want to over exaggerate and say I was upset when I was upset when I was doing it, because I was upset all those videos I took where I'm watching things happen that aren't good.
Exactly. You know where this is heading.
When you see a bird, when normally when you have a wood stork or a great egret or a great blue heron, okay, they're standing up. They twist their necks around. They look down at the water. They could be looking for an hour. They could be looking for 2 hours, and all of a sudden, bam, they get a nice lively fish, or they get an eel. The eel puts up a good fight, wraps itself around the bill of the bird, doesn't want to go down its throat, puts up a good battle. That's what you like to see. You like to capture that moment of what you would consider normal behavior.
Exactly.
Well, when you now get a great egret flying in the sky over the water, low over the water, and then it just plunks itself down like a duck, sitting on top of the water, and then sticks its bill down in the water and lifts up a fish. It lifts up a fish like this big.
Mm-hmm.
And it's as stiff as a board, and then either swallows it right there on the spot or flies off with it and eats it. That makes you ill. It really does. That's not that is not what any nature photographer, wildlife photographer wants to see. You don't want to see large shrimp in the mouth of a bird and the shrimp doesn't even move.
Exactly. No, and but I don't understand. You have to tell you the truth, because these fish kills, they are not pretty, and they can be very smelly too. So they're not good for their business, correct?
No, the year before it did get smelly. See, the year before, when you have low oxygen levels, the first fish that get affected are the bottom dwellers. Now, shrimp are bottom dwellers, so the shrimp will go towards the top of the water, and the larger shrimp will die first because they consume more oxygen. So when you have a dead zone at the bottom of the pond, basically, you got no oxygen at the bottom.
Exactly.
The hotter the water, the less oxygen is stored in the water, and it affects the larger fish first. So last year, the large flounder, and you've seen some of my gator pictures where the flounder is wide enough where it's in the mouth of a good-sized gator, like 10 feet long or better, and it's in the jaws of the gator, and it's so wide that it's hanging off both sides of the jawline. It doesn't fit inside the mouth. It's hanging off each side. All of those sized fish died last year. All the large mullet died last year. So this year, and they were all floating to the top of the water, and that whole causeway area smelled like you wouldn't believe. And then finally, probably people that were camping there or people like to jog up and down the sidewalks, they probably complained enough where one day we showed up to take pictures and we didn't see any more dead fish in the water. So somebody hired someone, or the park maintenance people got out on a boat and they had to scoop up all the bodies, and then finally the smell went away. Wow. Well, this year so far, I didn't go there. Well, I went there one day last week. So far this year, there's not as many large fish, and because the quantity of fish decreased because of last year's fish kill, you're not seeing any bodies floating around, but they're floating underneath the water, and the birds and the gators, certain birds and the gators, are eating them before they're floating on top of the water. So you don't have any smell, but you still have the you still have the fish kill going on and the shrimp kill going on, but it's not as visible to the naked eye because they're getting eaten before they're laying there. But it's still nonetheless just as disturbing to watch.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But no, they think, well, as I told you, it's in the comments. Is I think it's a short-sighted view on the long-term viability of the park. Correct. So
Yeah, it's at this point, it's like I think I was hoping that maybe a political figure that was a wildlife lover or a nature lover would come across the video and get upset about it and reach out to me and ask questions, and maybe talk to the photographic community and get some comments from the photographic community, and then follow up with the park, or even if a news station picked up on it and wanted to make a story about it. I guess I was hoping for that, which is obviously not going to happen. It would have happened by now if it was going to happen. But I swore that if I found hundreds of fish floating on top of the water, that I would do a video of all the bodies floating on top of the water, and I would send it to the local news organization, because that's now, not only have you crossed the line, you've gone so far past the line that my tolerance for their ignorance is not going to be handled as politely as I'm trying to handle it. But you know what I'm saying? It's just unfortunate, it's one thing if it's totally different than when you have a natural fish kill.
Exactly, red tide.
In free flowing water, no intervention by humans, no man-made manipulation of the area, and it happens naturally, then okay, with the saying they like to use, and you let nature be nature, and it happens. There's not really much you can do about it. But the minute you artificially create a pond where you didn't have a pond, you have an obligation to safeguard what lives in that pond and safeguard the wildlife that depends on a healthy ecosystem within that pond. And when you try to either manipulate it in a manner to satisfy something that you want to take care of, but then you affect what's been there all along, and you're a publicly financed park, you're a state park, you're not getting money from the government. You got to be self-sustaining.
Exactly.
Okay. So if you're going to change the dynamics, then it should be an open forum discussion, and you should be able to say, here's our experts, and here's why we want to do this, and you can hear them out, and then people could question, ask questions, go back and forth, and you know what, if what you're doing in the end makes sense to the majority of the people that live within the community that support your park, then I have no issue with that, as long as the people have a voice. But right now, the people don't have a voice, and I don't find that to be proper. You're making money only because we choose to spend the money in your park.
Exactly. No? But hey, the at least the video, Jeffrey, came from my perspective. Your delivery was smooth, and I could see that you were very well prepared, but also you made your arguments very well.
Well, I tried to stay level-headed and not get too emotional about it, because it would have been very easy to do that. And that's what made that video so hard to do. I mean, I probably spent 16, 20 hours working on that video, to try to make sure that I relay the information in a as fair of a way that I could without getting nasty, without doing any name calling, just kind of like providing information.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's it. But you know, you don't want to do videos like that. Those aren't videos you want to do. You know.
No.
You know, you want to do fun videos. Those aren't fun videos to do. You know, you want to get videos of where mankind is helping or resurrect a species that's endangered or something like that, and you tell a story how you've increased the horned owl population or something, or the or the bald eagle population in your area, and you want to do a story about that. Those are the fun stories to do. You don't want to do the negative stories.
Exactly. Well, let's see.
What do we got in the chat? What are we missing out on, you guys? What are we? Cooley's saying, how would you going to a marsh? How would you plan for it? I guess I could say that's a trick question. Depends on whether you plan on wading into the marsh, getting your feet wet, you know, or whether you're shooting on the outskirts of the marsh, where you might have in a park where you might have established trails and boardwalk areas that you can walk out from. So it all depends on that scenario. It would be getting equipped two totally different ways. You know, one way you could be wearing sneakers and a pair of shorts, have bug spray, go out and walk and just crouch down or sit down and get low-level shots if you're able to do that. And the other scenario is, I think on the gator photo that Joe Stroud showed last week, they were walking through grasses, and they were in the water. So it depends on where you're going and what the conditions are, and whether you're keeping your feet wet or whether you're going in the water. Gustavo and Roy, you guys add to that.
No, depending also on the weather situation, correct? Because I guarantee you, for example, we're talking about having a little bit of wind. That will take care of a little bit of the mosquitoes. But if it's dead, you know, calm, then you know the mosquitoes are going to go after you.
Oh yeah, if it's dead,
season, wear fluoro.
if it's dead calm, you're a piece of meat, man.
Exactly.
That's the one thing. Luckily, a marsh is usually next to the ocean, and usually have an ocean breeze.
Yeah.
Usually saves your neck, literally. I mean, you're not getting eaten by the bugs all the time. You usually get enough of a breeze to keep them off you.
No, you know, the Everglades in Florida, certain times, particularly if you go in the winter, it's fine. But if you go, you know, late spring, early summer, I mean, the mosquitoes will get you and transport you to wherever they can. I remember seeing my wife, you know, have a white T-shirt, and then suddenly, what is this? All her back was covered in black, correct? And it was all the mosquitoes. So after that, you had to come with a net, because you could not do any kind of hiking or anything in the middle of the, you know, as soon as you get into the shade of a tree, correct? That's where the mosquitoes will, you know, attack you. So winter, Everglades is the best time.
Yeah, there are some places down here that are within a 2 to 2.5 hour drive that I've never gone to, because I've been warned by other wildlife photographers that you basically have to go there in the late fall or the early winter, because if you even think about going in the summertime, like you said, the mosquitoes will literally carry you away. You open up your car door to get out, and they all come in, and your whole inside of your car is full of bugs.
Oh, exactly. Absolutely. No.
So I've never gone because the last few years, I mean, I've really wanted to go to this area, and I will talk about people who have gone over the last 20 years, have gone to that particular location quite a few times, and they'll say, Jeff, there's no reports of a lot of wildlife in there right now, and even though the weather is good to go in there, you're not going to see much, so I wouldn't bother going. So it's just never been a timing thing, because they're supposedly trying to think of the name of the bird. Oh man, it's one of the long-legged birds that has a very long bill that comes down and then it goes up. The bill is like goes straight out, but then when you get to the end, it curves up. Avocet, yeah.
Oh, those are lovely.
So that you never see. Some people may see one avocet in the park on a very, very rare occasion. But if you drive 2 hours away, there's this other area where you could see dozens and dozens of them. Oh, and that's what I want to get, because I don't have any pictures of any avocets. But if I'm hearing that there's no avocet activity that year, or there's not very many there, then I just haven't gone. But hopefully this year, hopefully this fall.
Oh, those are lovely.
Yeah,
for sure.
Hey, Nancy's joined us. Nancy Jane, NASA Jane, as I like to tease her, call her NASA Jane. Rattlesnake Saloon and hiking trails today. Wow. That's not good. Forest was so quiet, no birds at all. Didn't even see a snake. I'm not usually personally normally looking for snake, but we have someone that comes in the park that we call her the snake lady, because she loves snakes, and she knows where they are, and she could find them better than anybody. I don't actively look for them. If I see one and I could safely take a picture of it, I will, but I don't go out there looking to take a snake picture. Yeah. Yeah, the other killer of photographers, pollen. and that's another funny story that I didn't realize in South Carolina. You always come in the summertime, and I'd say, "Oh, I have tons of allergies. I'm allergic to everything. If a woman walks by me and she's wearing a certain kind of perfume, I can't breathe. I just choke up. So I'm allergic to like certain odors, and even when I worked in the company I worked, they had in the building, they had forklift trucks that ran on propane or natural propane tanks.
Yeah.
And the exhaust fumes from that would asphyxiate me, literally. So if a forklift truck was going to go by me, I'd have to hold my breath, let it go by me, walk rapidly where I had to go, and then take a breath of air, because I could not breathe in the exhaust fumes from the propane tank forklift trucks. So, so I didn't think there was a lot of pollen, because I was always here in the summertime. What a mistake. You're down here in the spring, and you get your car is covered green with pollen from the pine trees. I mean, the pine trees just leach out pollen everywhere, and it just blankets. Your car's covered. You hose it off in an hour, it's all covered with pollen again. Horrible. Horrible.
Pollen from pine trees can be quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Here, the ponderosas, I mean, you can see the ground gets yellow with so much pollen.
Yeah, if you got your leaf blower out, you're just blowing off. You cut your lawn, you're blowing the clippings off your driveway. You just see all the pollen blowing off your driveway.
That's Nancy.
Yeah, for me, unfortunately, it's like when my wife wanted to wear perfume, which she rarely does now, but when we were much younger and still trying to make a good impression on each other, she would want to wear perfume. So we'd go to a store and she would, do the, put the little dab on her wrist. And she said, "Come here, I need you to smell this and make sure that it's not going to cause a problem with you." So sometimes I slowly breathe in and I'd say, "Okay, that one seems to be okay." And then other times she'd put some on her wrist and my eyes would like pop out of my head and I'm like, "No, you're not getting that one." Oh man. Yeah, it's tough when you have a high sensitivity to chemicals and stuff.
I think if you're exposed to them too much, you develop that sensitivity as well.
How many that the park or whatever that you're next adjoining to, how many acres is that? You know?
I don't know. It goes for hundreds of miles.
Hundreds of miles?
Lots of wildlife, though, wandering through the garden, including some weird deer that shouldn't be there.
Do they have a program to try to eradicate them, Roy? Or
I don't know where they even came from. Didn't know they were there till I saw them. Just 3 or 4 deer in the garden. I thought I was in the wrong country for a minute.
Yeah.
This is okay, Nancy. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to use 2 words, and you tell me if I'll use 2 words that I had for sinus surgery, which was not a good experience. Deviated septum. If you had that surgery, let me know because I know how much I enjoyed it. It was not, and it did not help me at all. They were sure that was going to be the cure to my breathing problems, was to have deviated septum surgery, and it did not help at all. And then I went to the allergy specialist, where we prick each arm with like 18 shots and they wait to see what part of your arm blows up. Did that for like 4 years and gave up on that. I know your pain. I know your pain. They do that operation and they pack your nose with gauze, with packing, and then they look at you and they say, the last thing that you want to do, you want to make sure that you don't sneeze, because if you sneeze, there's going to be, it's not going to be pretty. You don't want to sneeze.
Emergency.
So of course they tell you not to do it, and what do? Next thing you know, you got a problem.
So Nancy, what was the problem with the wildlife? Too early in the fall migration season, or? I think I think the fall migration is It's on the way here. I can see there's already some reports of the rot starting with the elk, and I can see already the bird species starting to show up here that tell us that fall is coming.
We missed you, Nancy, on the show. I'm glad we stayed on long enough for you to pick up on us still being here. We're down to 19 people, but we'll keep going for a little while. As long as we can have enough to talk about. I tell you though, as Matt Irwin likes to say, and it's exciting times to be a photographer.
Oh, sure.
There's just so many choices out there, and so much good equipment, and so many
Toys.
So many toys out there. It's like how could you complain? How could you complain? It's just it's great. I mean, the hardest thing is if you're just having trouble, depending on if you're a large animal, a wildlife shooter or bird photographer, or whatever. The hardest thing is if your area dries up in terms of having subject matter. But I mean, if you're doing sporting events or concert events, stuff like that. Hey, it's all great stuff. You got a lot of options out there available to you to try out to do.
Well, and Jeff, as you know, sometimes you have to accept it. This morning I went out, sat there looking. I have a plan to take some photos. I saw a lot of stuff, correct? But nothing was good for photography because it was too close or too far or too high. The light wasn't, but you still enjoy being out there, correct?
Yeah, I mean, a bad day of photography is still better than being home watching reality TV shows.
Exactly.
Anything is.
So I mean, it just to get out and get some fresh air and hear the sounds, hear what's out there.
Well, and there is always another day, correct?
There's always another day. Yeah. Well, that what, when you're having a day, if you don't mind packing extra gear, which as I've gotten older, I try not to bring too much with me. But if you're a young person and you don't mind having bring 2 or 3 lenses with you on a trip, make sure one of your lenses is a macro lens, because when you have a bad day, if you're shooting wildlife and you're having a bad day, there's usually plenty of flowers or other things that you can get great shots with a either a close focus lens or a macro lens. And even though you didn't get what you were originally, in your mind, planning to get on your photo adventure, you have created a backup plan for yourself. So if plan A doesn't work, you have a plan B, and you have the gear there with you, and then you walk away and you say, I still had a good day. I was still able to make something out of the day. If you only bring one lens with you and it's strictly a zoom lens or a long telephoto for wildlife, and they decide not to show up, because you didn't bring one of those other lenses, you go home disappointed. But
and if you're working and you're looking at your local park or something, it's not like a big disappointment. You learn something. You know things are going to change. You have to go with the flow until the species that you're looking or the situation changes. Right?
Well, it's a good time when it's looking like a bad day. It's a good time to walk around and try to find other locations, either within where you're at, within the park you're at, or take a short drive somewhere else and investigate a new area and just kind of like plan for future trips, maybe in different locations, and you use it as go from it being a photography day to a scouting day,
Exactly.
where you're doing scouting and you're just trying to find different locations to go shoot at. Yeah, Albert's talking a lot about the trials and tribulations of buying older equipment and seeing if it's serviceable, and also the dangers of buying used equipment and old equipment, because do your homework on anything that you buy ahead of time and find out like maybe what some of the common problems are with that camera when it was made, or something that tends to happen with it if it's been sitting around too long not being used. And then you can arm yourself with a set of questions that you're asking that person, because like on if you put it in writing, like say you're looking at buying an old camera on eBay, and I'm not saying eBay is the place to go to buy it, okay, I'm just using them as an example. You're going to buy it, you want to buy a used certain model camera on eBay, you do your homework, then you up front can ask specific questions about that camera, and so you get written responses back from that person, okay, and that's part of your file now, okay. So because lots of times a lot of the people selling that gear, they say no refunds, okay, they say no refunds, but YouTube's policy for protecting you as a consumer is, okay, that person may say no refunds, but if they say that the camera is 100% functional, there's nothing wrong with it, blah 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 blah, and you asked a whole bunch of questions that you try to force them to narrow the focus on some common areas that could be a problem, and they say there's no problem, and then you get it and it has that problem, you now have an out where you can complain to eBay and say the product wasn't as advertised, and I asked a series of questions about this product and they told me it did not have that problem, and then when I got it, it did have that problem. You're going to get your money back. You might have to wait. Might take you 3 weeks or a month to get your money back, but you'll be able to get your money back. Oh, the drunk wedding photographer has joined us, talking about he bought 2 minty D700s because you can't rely on just one because of how old they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least the Nikons are pretty well made, even the old ones.
But any camera that you buy from the 60s, 70s, or 80s, unless it was carefully stored, 9 out of 10 times you're going to have to get the seals all replaced. So you have to even make sure that you know of someone that you can send it to.
Seals are pretty easy to replace yourself.
Yeah. If you could find the pre-cut kits, you could do it yourself. It gets a little hard, like for the mirror foam, if that stuff really gets, I don't know, hard.
One guy was putting up old mouse mats to use as mirror cushions.
Yeah, it's that could get messy to get the foam off and clean it up before you can put the new piece on. But
it's not hard.
Yeah, you just got to be patient. Well, now they make that. Lots of people use that. It's like a black material that almost looks. It looks like a cord. It looks like a cord material, and they use that for the seals instead of the foam. And I don't remember what they call it, but it works very well.
It's supposed to be a cotton size that you can use as well, black cotton.
Yeah.
I think it's 10 gauge or something silly like that. I don't remember.
Yeah. But it's fun when you could get something old and do a minimal amount of work on it and bring it back to life and have something that something that works.
Well, when I started photography, I wanted Hasselblads and I couldn't afford them then. So when I got more successful, I bought them.
Now, when you were actively, full bore with your career, did you always buy new, or did you sometimes buy used?
You buy new because then you can get tax break. You get tax to pay for them.
Yeah.
If you bought secondhand, you couldn't get tax to pay for them.
Okay.
But only more recently, when I started to get old and retiree, I was more interested in the old cameras then. I still had a lot of the old ones just laying around, so I was too lazy to sell them. By the time I was selling them, they weren't worth anything then. A medium format was worth probably $100, $200 at most.
Yeah, it's when you hear people complain a little bit too much about how hard it is, with cameras nowadays or whatever. It's like that's when you'd like to hand them a camera from the 60s and say, try this out and then let me know if you still got any complaints. All of a sudden they'd come back, you'd have that camera back in your hand in an hour and they'd be like, no, I actually do like what I was using.
Medium format's a bit like that. It's very difficult to get to grips with for most people. I wouldn't recommend it for most. Unless
no, that's a specialty camera for landscapes and maybe some larger architectural projects.
Very slow and clumsy to use, and it's not fluent to use.
Yeah. Yeah. Now Albert, makes, as always, makes solid points here. They're not rated to work in a lot of these conditions that you may want to go out and shoot them in. When they're real old, they become fair weather cameras pretty much.
Yep. Or the oil freezes up when it's cold.
Yeah, I bought several cameras that I was told, they work fine, and they had the old focusing lever on the side of the lens. locked solid because the lubricants were as hard as a rock inside the camera, and you couldn't budge it. You could not move it at all.
So have you taken them apart and trying to service the lubricant as well, Jeff, or not?
Sometimes you could cheat and use lighter fluid.
Okay.
Very carefully, and it can soften up the lubricant enough to free it up. But the problem is, you want to make sure that you have, depending on how old the camera is, sometimes you got like a screw-in lens element on the inside, the back of the camera. You want to take that off because sometimes that lighter fluid might bleed through and end up getting on your glass.
Oh,
so you have to be very, very careful.
Your aperture blades.
Your aperture blades, you may have to, get alcohol swab on a good quality Q-tip and gently wipe off the residue if it leaks through. It's very, very hard, and the problem is if you literally had to take a camera body apart, you have to take the covering off the camera to get at the guts of the camera. For the most part, because all the screws that hold it together are all covered by your fake leatherette or your leather covering all the way around, and you can buy sometimes some pre-cut replacement coverings. Like if you go online and you look at a like the old Leica 3 series cameras from the 40s or that time frame, you'll see some out of different parts of the country. Well, they'll say where they will tell you that they've been CLA'd, clean, lubricated, and adjusted, and they'll say it has new covering material on it. And they'll go through and they'll clean the internals and clean the mirrors and everything in the viewfinder area, and because they have to open it up, they'll put a whole new covering on it, and of course you're paying for that. You're paying more for that work that got done on the camera. But yeah, some things to do yourself are you can bring something back to life, and other times it's like I don't have the equipment or even the layout, area to do the work in, especially if you're trying to label and document every screw you take out and where it came from,
Yeah. And I presume that does the original cover probably affect the value, correct? And obviously, if it's old, it becomes brittle and difficult.
Oh yeah,
to remove.
if it's the thing is, it's kind of like nowadays when people buy, let's say somebody buys an old 1940 era pickup truck.
Mm-hmm.
What you're seeing a little more of is, instead of somebody doing a full body restoration on these old trucks, they will remove the loose rust, and they'll just put spray a clear coating on it so that the rust will not progress, and they'll leave the vehicle looking like that instead of having it repainted. And they do that. Well, one, it saves them money, and two, they go, well, that's a 1940s truck. I mean, it's not going to fall apart, but you could tell it looks like a rusty 1940s truck, but there's no rust that's going to go through the remaining metal, and it's and so that seems to be like the in thing lately. But you could say the same thing with an old camera. Okay, if it's a really highly collectible camera, sometimes leaving it in the as-is condition is better for the value of the camera than having it restored, depending on what kind of camera it is and who made it and how old it is and that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like this, same way with certain cars. Sometimes you're better off leaving it in as-is condition,
exactly,
than pouring $150,000 into it, and then you're not going to be able to sell it for more than 75.
Yeah, my car's getting a bit old. It's 25 years old now. I looked at the new ones and they're too complicated to fix.
Yeah, it's interesting when you get into the old stuff, but it's rewarding when you get something where you're lucky enough to get something that somebody really cared for it, or if it is better if you're able to buy a old camera from a camera store, because they will typically
check it.
They will check it, and they will send it out. They'll send it out, and they'll have stuff done to it, and they'll have records of it.
KH don't check them anymore.
For you, Jeff, you say that you should not visit B&H. You probably should not visit also Grace of Westminster. That would be bad for you.
Oh no!
Their cameras look lovely. Their cameras look A1.
Exactly.
There's a I think I have it saved as a bookmark. No, not in. I'd have to find it out. There's a. Let me see if I could find it here.
Everything from Grays is good apart from their 6mm fisheye. They got scratched.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was trying to find a there's a camera company that I get emails from once in a while that sells refurbished old medium format cameras anywhere from the early 1900s, up through the 60s. But they go through them soup to nuts, and they're not cheap. But if you buy that camera from them, it's ready to rock and roll and get used, and you don't have to worry about having any problems.
Unlike the Russian cameras.
I think it's called Patrakla camera. I'm not sure if they're even in the U.S. They might be European or whatever, but they sell a lot of the old Zeiss Icon cameras and stuff like that, and they totally go through the whole camera. They calibrate they check the shutter speeds, they recalibrate it, they readjust it, they go through the whole thing. Sometimes they look wonderful. They look absolutely wonderful. But you're not buying that for $150. You're buying it for $500 or $800 or $900. But you have a piece of history that is functionally in basically almost near new condition by the time they're done with it, and you have lenses that, if anything, they'll say fine wispy scratches from cleaning, but will not affect the image. Or they'll say absolutely mint, not a scratch on it. Perfect lenses, no separation, no issues like that. So if you're a diehard collector and you really want that 1925 whatever, sometimes you got to be willing to pay. You got to pay the piper. If it's and if you're not using it and you just, if you just want to put some cameras on a shelf in a room for decoration, then you don't care if they work or not. You're just buying it.
All my cameras have to work.
But I try to get cameras that I do my best to make sure they're in working order, and if not, I may send them out to get fixed or do what I have to make them work. Probably 90% or better of what I have is functionally working.
David, the Tom wedding photographer, do a good that also intrigued me as well. When Grace of Westminster, they were saying that they actually nowadays they get rid of the boxes, which I think they were referring boxes on products that are in they're relatively new, correct? That they say that the storage space and their location are at such a premium that when they buy something that is not like considered antique, they get rid of the boxes.
Sad to hear, isn't it?
That
I'm trying to keep all my boxes. I've got room for them.
Oh, I understand. I had got rid of some boxes and then regretted it. I tell you, but because they were offering, hey, somebody need a box, let us know, and we see if we can help you. But I'm sure that's mostly for equipment that is not that old. But it also surprised me a little bit.
One day will be though.
I'm sorry.
One day will be old.
One day it will be old.
Yeah. Eventually everything becomes old, including us.
but I can understand for them as a business, correct? It may not be the right thing to do, and I'm sure they are knowledgeable enough that they know which boxes they need to keep, because those probably are for the the stuff that they trade in and out regularly, not the the more collectible type of things.
Yeah, it's hard to find the gear that has the boxes with it. I mean, it's difficult. I at one time I had all my boxes, and I don't know whether because down here you really don't have much for storage space.
Exactly.
And then I get a little nervous if I put cardboard in the attic where it could get so hot. I get a little worried about
fire,
spontaneous combustion. So I think I have gotten rid of some boxes, but not all of them. But if given a choice, if I have the room, I'd love to keep every box I ever had.
I used to lend out cameras. They used to come back without the box.
But those shops in London, they are funny funny in a good way, correct? So in as much that they are not like a shopping center that was designed to be a store, correct? They are basically converted houses that become.
Gray's is a very small shop.
Exactly. So one of my, when I lived in London at one time, there was a still very famous bookstore called Foyles of London. Okay, I mean you can, Jeff, you can get there, you find all sort of books, but it was that Foyles of London get I mean that's when I used to live there. They get some it's a big fire hazard, right? So they had to pay fines on almost on a quarterly basis, because it's like 3 or 4 houses, and they are connected, and so you go through these small corridors, and then you get to the wildlife section, or you get to the all Greek books. I mean, it's amazing. So it's almost like a labyrinth of a bookstore that is like a labyrinth. Fantastic, but it's not a proper. I mean, it was a very peculiar place, correct? But it was fantastic. You could spend 3 hours there just going through the books.
Well, I used to get a kick out of occasionally watching that show, American Pickers or whatever. Exactly. And they'd go to some guys. A guy would it's like he'd have multiple garages on his property or multiple storage buildings, and they could hardly open the door to get in, and there's so much stuff in there. And then they would find all these original signs from gas stations. Exactly. And or old motorcycles and all sorts of neat stuff, but it's like, and these people really don't want to get rid of it. They're pack rats, and they don't want to get rid of it.
Exactly. No, but these stores are open to the public, correct? They are commercial places. It's just that they have grown organically over hundreds of years, and they just buy the next house when that house become vacant, and they expand the business over there. They make a tunnel between the houses, and the way they go. So I can understand why they say that Grace and Westminster, that they have storage problem, right? And sure, I don't know where they are. I never visit them when I used to live there, but I guarantee you it was a house, correct? Or if not, it was one of those old stores, correct? Where Roy, you probably know, because you were born in England, correct?
I was.
Exactly.
I live here now.
But the lower floor of the store was the commercial portion, and the family lived in the upstairs, correct?
Yeah. Very common in many countries.
Yeah, there was a one time I got curious, and I said, I wonder if there's any camera museums in the country. And I did a search on camera museums in the country, and there was one that was in California. There's one in Georgia. One of the biggest camera collectible camera places is in Virginia. I think they have over 6,000 cameras or more. And but they show a picture of the outside of the building, and it looks like it's like maybe it was an old pharmacy or something at one time. It's like, the building curves as it goes around the corner, and it's like the last building, in this big brick retail structure. And they just get donations, or they buy used cameras, and you basically the pictures from inside the store, every kind of camera you can imagine, and it's just like shelves and shelves and shelves of cameras of all kinds, floor to ceiling, like all over the place.
Wow.
So I would love to go there to just see what they have, but it's not a super close drive for me. But someday, maybe. I mean, it would be kind of neat.
You would think that Rochester, New York, will have a good camera museum.
Mossman's actually been to the Kodak museum.
Okay.
Because he lived in New York, I think, for a while. But no, when I went and looked up, they said that this small little looks like a small little place has the most vintage cameras in the country, period.
Wow.
And it just looks like a hole in the wall with as many shelves that you could fit inside of a building.
But it was a private collection at one time, or?
It's just from everywhere. They buy them. It's not like one owner. I mean, the store now just I don't know if it's like owned by one guy and he just buys everything and just throws it in there or what. But it's actually a museum, and you can, if you make a donation, you could actually get like a nice coin that you would get that commemorates the museum.
Okay.
And it's kind of neat. I'll have to look up the name of the place and share it with people who might live in that area. I can I'll see if I have anything here. Let's see. I'll let you guys look at the chat quick and see if there's anything in there while I'm just seeing if I have the name of the place. The problem is I have bookmarks and tabs and stuff that now have so much stuff in them.
Too many.
That it's, yeah. I mean, I'll have a category, and I'll have 500 things in that category. So it's kind of ruins the whole intent of doing it.
It does.
When you have it filled like that.
But it's interesting to see. I know that in Tokyo or Japan, the Nikon headquarters, they have a museum, correct?
A lovely one.
Yeah. But it's surprising that there is no. I mean, camera collecting have been a popular thing for many, many years. You would think that's something that there will be an institution that will collect all the have a good camera collection. What about the Smithsonian? Do they have a camera section or not?
I'd imagine they would have. There's a lovely museum here to close recently. I missed out on going to it. Most of them are closing down because people don't like old stuff anymore.
Yeah. I don't think we have our British friends here because this is not the time where they can connect. But yeah, I'm sure the Royal Albert Museum will have a lot of good departments or segments of cameras, correct?
It's not. We had a really big, good camera museum here in the city, but it closed recently. Just not enough interest. People just not interested in old cameras anymore. Called Michael's.
Well, I found it. I found the sucker. Let's see. It says they're one of the top 10%. In the top 10% of museums visited worldwide, it's called the Camera Heritage Museum, Cameras, Photos, and History. And it is in Virginia.
Okay.
It's in Staunton, 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 Virginia. And so yeah, they have limited edition commemorative coins with your available with your donation of $125. It's a cool looking coin, and they have a website, cameraheritagemuseum.org. So if you want to just kind of see what that place is about, it's cameraheritagemuseum.org, and it's all one word, no spaces. And you can, hey, it says Visiting America's, they got a YouTube video on that site. It says Visiting America's Largest Camera Museum. It's pretty cool. It says over 7,000 cameras are in their museum inventory and growing.
Wow.
So I'd like to check it out someday.
Yeah, it's always
I don't
interesting.
know if they actually sell any of it. I don't think they do. I think it's just displays.
There's a lot of big camera stores in Asia that sell cameras, but they're more like museums.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool.
And David, the drone wedding photographer, mentioned, look at the comment that he made about the museum in Japan.
Well, museums in general just don't do well. I mean, there are so many car museums that used to be open to the public in the United States that have closed, and all those collections got sold, and they got put into other people's private collections. And many of the people that have private collections don't share. They don't allow people to see their collection. There are some exceptions where, like, maybe, a certain individual once a year might open up his collection for visitors, but it's not. Most private collectors, they don't have it like open every day where people could come in and look what the person owns. It's kind of like in the subterranean tunnel system, and everything is hidden very, very well. And that's a shame, because the public doesn't get to see a lot of these old vintage cars and trucks anymore, because the problem is when you have a regular public museum, you're probably barely scraping by, and you can't really get new inventory into your museum. So once people go to it once or twice, they're seeing all the same stuff every time they go in, and eventually you just don't get enough turnover of people coming in to keep the thing going, and they end up selling the collection, and the private guys buy it all. Corvette Museum is still open, Nancy says. Yeah, I went there. Literally, I went to the National Corvette Museum when I owned a Corvette, and I drove my Corvette there.
So you lost your hair.
And I had a convertible. That's why it's gone. And I drove my Corvette there, saw the museum, and I think it was like a month later is when that sinkhole occurred, and a whole bunch of Corvettes got destroyed.
Where was the location of the museum?
It was in Kentucky.
Okay, I remember the seeing the photos of the car.
It's more amusing.
Yeah, the sad thing is there the attendance in the museum went up drastically for people that wanted to see the cars in the sinkhole to the point where their revenue went up so much because it's a nonprofit. It's not associated with General Motors. They accept donated cars and stuff from GM, but it's not a GM owned sanctioned museum.
Okay.
But anyway, it draws so much attention. They weren't sure they wanted to fix it up 100% because it was such a tourist draw. That was a sad thing. Eventually, they did fix up the whole thing, but I mean, I know when it happened, my wife was on the news, and I says, "Oh my God, I was walking in that very place where it collapsed like a month prior."
Corvettes are fiberglass too, aren't they?
Yeah. Glad it didn't collapse while I was standing there. That's all I got to say. That's that would not have been good.
Hey, we're leaving to the good standards of Mr. Chuck here, where we discuss sinkholes and go for museums.
Yeah. Well, I mean, photography museums are photography, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Fair game.
But there aren't very many. If you're lucky enough to find one in anywhere close to where you live, I mean, I'm just fascinated with the history of photography. I mean, it's just a passion. I mean, I love reading about it. I love having a few pieces of history, but it's just come so far in 100 years. It's crazy.
Even the last 20.
Yeah.
Digital's changed everything.
Well, and some of those institutions, the good thing is that they sometimes keep some of the skills, correct? Like, as well, not only the museum, but they can preserve some of the skills in terms of repairing the cameras or even processing and stuff like that. But they had to have either government funding or some wealthy donor to be a long-term viable proposition, correct?
Well, it's you can find a handful of people that actually make a living using the very dangerous chemicals of the wet film processing, wet film collodion plate processing methodology of the 1800s, early 1900s, and they still practice doing all that the old school way, and you obviously get a resulting image that you are not going to be able to find anywhere else, and some people have made it a niche where I have no clue what they charge for the finished product, but they obviously get enough customers to support a small business taking pictures of people with the old equipment, with the old chemistry, with the old way of doing things. And I find that amazing. But 50 years from now, 60 years from now, will there be anyone left that knows how to do it? I don't know. I don't know. But it's
most skilled jobs are disappearing.
Oh, but there's always somebody that keep some of the stuff, alive. The question is whether they can source their materials, correct?
Yeah, all the chemicals. There were in the early days of photography. There were many photographers that got killed. They'd have explosions. Okay, chemical reactions. There were people died. So talk about dying for your craft. That was literally true in the early days of photography. People would die sometimes doing it, not taking the picture, but processing and handling the chemicals.
Exactly.
If they handled something the wrong way, or You hope back then nobody walked into the room and flipped their ashes from their cigar anywhere.
No, you can imagine, Jeff. I don't know exactly, but I think it was the old flashes that use magnesium, okay? And those metals, correct? They are so reactive, correct? So I mean, it's
like shooting off a bomb, you know.
exactly. So every time you can imagine they had to carry that powder, because I don't know exactly how it works, but I mean they're so unstable, correct? I mean, it's like uh, you you probably remember from high school, certainly one of the prank in the high school and in university was to try to get sodium, correct? Because you when you take one of those little thing made of sodium, you throw it in any pool of water, you get a nice explosion.
Well, the even when you look at flash bulbs from the
one that get hot
from the 40s,
everything is changing them.
Yeah, those flash bulbs, you had multiple sync settings on your cameras back then, and then you had you might have had tables like in the manual for the camera, and it would say if you're using such and such a flash bulb, you're going to be in this sync mode, and this is the settings that you got to use on your camera. But then if you were using a different kind of flash bulb, it would change your settings. So because the flash bulbs had different delay times from the time you started the process for the flash to go off until the flash was at full power, that time duration was different depending on the type of flash bulbs you used. And because of that, you had to adjust your camera differently depending on the flash bulbs that you used. So when you look at some of the old documentation and some of the old manuals, it's really interesting to read about that, you know, because you don't even think about it. You just think like when you were a kid and you had your mom eventually had the Instamatic camera with a little square cube that went around, you know, poof, you hit the button and poof, it would rotate it, poof, take the four bulbs in a cube, and you laugh. You think about that, about those days, or when you were real young and your mom had the big, like the bulb packs. I got the Sylvania blue dot flash bulbs that.
The one that burns you.
Yeah, where the outer skin like bubbled up after the flash went off. You know, it had like a blue covering on it, and when the flash went off, the bulb, you couldn't touch the bulb for a while. It was too hot, and it actually had like bumps on it because of the heat. But when the flash went off, that's when you were a kid. That's when, you know, you would walk around like trying not to fall down because all you saw was dots from your eyeballs, and you're blinking your eyes and you're trying to like.
But some of those, Roy, do they have like an ejection button for the?
Yeah.
So you will burn. The photographer were, you know, burning people, just throwing those things.
Yeah. You hit the eject button, it lands on the dry grass, and you just create a forest fire.
But those flashing with powder. I mean, I don't know how they work, but I presume they had to carry like, you know, like gunpowder, correct? Like a certain amount in a sachet, or
you had a spark.
Had a fuse as well. Like it looks, they called it a match, but it was a fuse on a stick that you tapped it with.
Yeah. It's like there's nothing like the risk of getting killed getting your family photo done.
Exactly.
Thins out the family a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, we lost Tommy last week.
He got flashed.
But you know, we are going to time out as we've predetermined a while ago at 2:00. So we got 10 more minutes, and we are going to call it a night. We've had some good discussion tonight, and surprised we still got 19 people here, which is a surprise. but it's always fun, and it's always tough to have the live stream after you've had the photo review. It's hard to top the photo review, so you do the best you can. But
I know when we got 19, we put them to sleep.
Well, and it was a slow week with announcement, correct? Very slow.
Yeah. It's I mean, it seems like mostly now it's just lens announcements for third party is the big is what most of the stuff is right now.
The new Zoom Nikon's pretty interesting there.
Yeah,
that's going to do really well.
I think that's going to be, if you didn't like basically put your pre-order in right away, you may be waiting quite a while for that lens.
Very popular.
It's the lens that a lot of people felt should have been put out before, they did like, the 400 2.8 with the TC and or any of those high-end lenses. Everybody's like, put out the affordable lens first. Put out the one that the average person could potentially afford to buy, and it ends up being basically probably the last lens they're going to come out with that is for the sports wildlife genre. And it ends up, instead of being the first lens they should have come out with, it ends up being the last lens, which
on purpose. That was a great marketing strategy on them.
It wasn't. Where it hurt them was with people that held back on jumping to digital because the affordable lens wasn't there.
Exactly.
And people have moved on because they didn't have it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it helped them in the long run to do that, because the the what's the 600 f4 with the TC is like $15,500, I think, US, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So that lens, whether it was the first lens you put out or the last lens you put out,
it will be the same.
Has a very small market share because of the price, and a very small audience because of the price.
Yeah, but that lens was pride from Nikon, correct? It's prestige.
Yeah.
They could not get out and say we have a professional system and don't have the lens. So that I understood, but other lenses, including the 800, which is a fantastic lens, or even the 400 4.5, if you bring this 180 to 600 before those lenses, you hurt those sales.
Yeah, I mean, you would potentially hurt the sales of the 400 and of even the 1 to 4 zoom. So yeah, but you would not have affected the. I think you should have come out with it before you came out with the 400 2.8 or the 600 f4.
Yeah,
people are going to buy them no matter what.
Yeah, because that only has that small sliver of the population that's going to buy it anyway.
And they kind of manufacturing them in bulk anyway. So
right, they can't crank them out like crazy, or But everybody's starting to leave. Well, we got 7 more minutes. So what do we got to talk about in 7 minutes, guys? We got to do a 7-minute countdown. Real Nikon lovers taking off. Have a good one. Cooley's taking off. Once again, thanks for coming on. Yeah, Nancy, I just looking back on one of her comments is throw it up here. Couldn't process film with allergies and reactions to smells. Yeah, that's
I had a dark room, but I hated it.
Yeah,
terrible place to be.
Unfortunately, I got exposed to a lot of, and Nancy, you would understand this. I got exposed to a lot of chemicals used in the aerospace business. whether it be, cleaning agents, Freon-based solvents and stuff like that. And we even used to have rocket fuel where I used to work, hydrazine and different chemicals for rocket propellants, for stuff that was done before I started working for the company that I worked for. But there were always a lot of anhydrous ammonia, which could kill you pretty darn quick. A lot of chemicals that I've breathed in or had touch my skin over my career. So I'm surprised I'm not just a walking mound of cancer right now. But luckily I'm not. But I'm sure I didn't do anything to extend my my lifespan with what I did. And so hopefully, Nancy, you're in a job where you don't have to be around all the chemicals, because NASA still has a lot of chemicals because there is no substitute for them. You always have a stockpile of chemicals that are not approved for use anymore, for the most part, and strictly used in, let's say, military or space applications, which is very limited. But it's way too much stuff I breathed in and touched, I'll tell you.
And the more you try and do a darkroom on a budget, the worse it is.
Next live stream topic. Good question. I'll have to think about that one. I mean, maybe we can, maybe my partners in crime here on the panel can email me some ideas or something that we could jointly try to put together some information on a certain topic. I mean, typically, what we've been doing probably pretty much from day one, and not necessarily going different than the direction that Chuck was doing, is to react to the commentary in the chat. And if there's a discussion going on in the chat between a group of people, we try to pull that out of the chat and then discuss it. Make that a point of discussion. I try to look at some of the rumor sites to get some general feel for things that are that have gone on in the last week that may be of interest for people to look at again. But we have
Maybe
not.
keep it simple and just have a theme, like have to have a car or a bottle or something in it.
You mean for the photo review? Yeah, I mean,
have a theme to it instead of a subject.
Yeah, I mean, we could try to get. I mean, I don't know, like on a weekly basis, whether we want to, especially when we're going like typically 5 hours here, a show. We certainly can't pick one topic and talk about it for 5 hours. I don't think so. That would be pretty hard to do. But with the photo review, we could. I think if we wanted to do I'm okay with us picking a subject matter or that we would like everyone to share something that falls into that category. But I don't want to exclude anyone who doesn't have something where they could send in something else instead if they don't have something that falls in line with that suggestion. So I think we can make some suggestions at future photo reviews, but always give people an out where if you don't have something that falls into that suggested format, we don't want to exclude you. I'd rather have you send something than send nothing, but we can look into that.
But Rakesh summarized it very well. Bring your own topic. So that's the theme.
Oh yeah, I mean that I'm going to put some of the onus on the people in the chat. To the whole thing is you need to be engaged with the live stream and help drive the conversation a certain way too, because we've had a few where I think everybody ate a large pizza before they came on the show and they were ready to take a nap and there wasn't a lot of discussion in the chat. And then that makes it hard for us because, we don't have a script to fill a 5-hour or even a 3-hour discussion. We're trying to pick stuff up here out of the sky sometimes. So yeah, we'll have to, any people that have been on the, and I'm looking for more people that are in the chat to want to come on the panel.
Absolutely.
Like I said, you have some gadget that you like to use for your photography. You want to do a little demo, talk about a product. Yeah, we're not selling product on this show, but you find something you like that works really good for you. And you're not afraid to come on here and show us, then ask for a link, man. You can get your 10 minutes of your 10-15 minutes of fame, man. You never know. Hollywood might be calling you up on the phone the next day if you got a good look. They may want you.
It can never make it worse. It can only improve from us here, correct?
Yeah. Yes, it can. Yeah. Well, see, when we're on, guys, there's only one way you can go.
Exactly.
But we're not going to be on GQ magazine anytime soon.
No, not pretty enough.
No. And I don't look good in a tux, man, or anything like that. So forget it. I won't even wear one. Albert says buying secondhand photographic equipment is an interesting issue to discuss, particularly with older gear, since that's where things become complicated. Yeah, I guess we got to define what we want to call older. Is older anything from the 60s to current day, or are we looking at stuff from the early 1900s? Excuse me, got the hiccups. Yeah, we can do a general talk on what to look for if you're trying to buy old cameras, but there's once again, that won't be a 5-hour show, 5-hour discussion. But anyway, we're going to call it a night here. We're after 2:00. Some of us, it's way past our bedtime. I know I have to take my medicines, my pills before I go to bed. I don't want to screw up my body because better life through chemicals, as they say, right? So we gotta make sure I take the drugs. So, hey, everybody, thank you so much. Thank Roy and Gustavo, folks, for joining us, along with everyone else that popped on the panel, and thank all you folks for being in the chat. As always, hey, you guys make it interesting, and we appreciate you being willing to share some time with us and just talk about a little bit of everything. And off-topic subjects sometimes become the funnier part of the show. You never know, right?
Exactly.
But thank you, folks. We're going to call it a night. Hopefully we see you next week. And please subscribe and give me a thumbs up. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe if you like what you're seeing. Visit my channel to see my personal video content in addition to these live streams. And hopefully you will enjoy that enough to want to subscribe or give me a like, because I'm still amazed that I could have in some cases, hundreds of people watch a video and I get 10 likes. So it's like, I don't quite understand why hitting the like button seems to be such a hard thing to do, because it's not like you're hitting the thumbs down, but you're not hitting the thumbs up either, so let's get some comments on the videos and the whether it be the live streams or my channel, and get some subscriptions rolling in, so I know that it's worth my time to keep doing this, because it is time. So take care, and we will see you next week. And thank you, gentlemen, once again. And we are going to end the stream.
See you guys.
Take care, everybody.